Your average.
Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way.
Sicker than your average. Sicker than your average.
Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Fucking you don't even have to try.
Touch it.
You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight.
Bring it.
The table all I see is sweet and white.
Turn it.
But you living the life, but nigga, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, only innocent. If you've in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like,
This my shit.
call me in the morning, I'll be on the way.
This my shit.
Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like,
Times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. 'Cause it ain't no holler back, girl. Ain't no holler back, girl. Times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. 'Cause it ain't no holler back, girl.
baby, you living the life, but nigga, you ain't living right.
Baby, I like your style.
Grips on your waist, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when you go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray. That's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Bring it, babe, touch it.
One more time before I go.
Bring it, babe, touch it. I like your style. Bring it, babe, touch it.
One more time before I go.
Bring it, babe, I like your style. Baby.
Can you take me higher? To a place where my mind can see.
morning, traders. What is up and what's going on? Happy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. It is November 9th, 2021, 8:58 in the morning. And I tell you what, guys, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. My ASS has been in here since 5:30. Angel's fired up. He's been in here since like 6:30. Guys, I don't know about you, but I'm fired up. And it's safe to say that we have a lot of members fired up as well for an awesome trading day ahead on this beautiful, what day is it? It is Taco Mother Effin' Tuesday, baby. I cannot wait for lunch. I cannot wait to eat tacos. Literally, my meal plan for the past week has been all Mexican food. I've had tacos, I've had enchiladas, I've had chimichangas, I've had this. Everything that I've eaten over the past week has been Mexican inspired. Tacos, 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 and today it's more freaking tacos, baby! Let's have an awesome day, team. Let's make it happen, and let's make some big time profits. Before we get started, like we do every single morning, guys and girls inside of chat, hit me with that big old good morning and happy Tuesday. Everybody over on YouTube, do the same thing. Hit me with a good morning, and where are you guys tuning in from? Right now we got Robert saying, he loves the energy. Guys, I tell you what, a lot of people don't like the energy. They're like, this guy is weird. He's too energetic. F that. We're fired up, baby. We're going to have a fun day. Trading's boring. Honestly, trading should be boring, right? Trading is boring. When we're in trades, it sucks. It's so boring. But as we're just sitting here educating you guys, dropping value, it's got to be fun. It's got to be energetic. Woo! Let's have a good day, guys. I love it. What do we got going on? PXS, what up? Alan, Dennis, Steve, Danny, Jeffrey, Mike, Jeff, Robert, Danny, woo, Nate, what's up, Curtis, Dougie, Mexoids, yo, Frank, I know, baby, it's Taco Tuesday, so excited. Miami 305, what's up, Miami, from the Tampa Bay area, good morning. Dougie, Rhode Island, Steve says, you're my favorite. No, Steve, you're my favorite. It's twisted. No, I'm not your favorite, you're my favorite. Oh my goodness. Where else do you stream? Also, good morning from New Jersey. My wife is up in Jersey right now. Unfortunate, why she's up in Jersey, but she's in Jersey. Where else do I stream? I stream here every single morning over on YouTube. I stream on TikTok. And here in the next couple of weeks, we will be exclusively streaming on the Alpha Day Trading platform. Yes, right now we have a platform, but we're rolling out a brand new platform here the next few weeks. We've been working hard on it. Everything is exclusive. You have to be invited. It's invitation only, exclusive access, free rooms, upgraded rooms. Guys, this platform is going to be insane. So get ready, get fired up, because moving forward, to eliminate the trolls, to eliminate the spam, to eliminate the hates, to keep things clean, and what we're here to accomplish, to learn together, to trade together, to make money together, to unlock freedom. That's why you guys are here. That's why everybody in chat's here. That's why I'm here. I don't have time for the hate. I don't have time for the trolls. I don't have time for spam. I want to work with people that want to be worked with. So again, moving forward, it is an invitation-only platform. Again, for those of you that have been here supporting us for months and months and months on YouTube, obviously you guys will get that invitation. But again, we will start to be moving from TikTok, from YouTube, from social media into the Alpha Day Trading platform. Again, to eliminate the noise, to focus on the individuals that really want the help that I should be focusing on and spending my time with. All right? So I'm excited for that, guys. Hertz coming out of bankruptcy today on NASDAQ. What? We'll have to check that out. Can I get the invite when it's all said and done? Yes, when it's all said and done. Yes, mobile application, desktop application. As Casey said, it's more like fintech. It's like a fintech platform. I don't know, but it's fun. It's awesome. Yo, Jay Brewer, what's up? What's going on? Wade, hit me with the big good morning. Yo, B Moose, F that damn right. Love it's Merlin, Trader King. Oh my goodness, Joe, Placid, Texas Angel. Joe, guys, why is everybody here today? Seriously, let me take a step back. Why is everybody here? Normally, I got like 60 to 70 people in chat today logged in. I'm looking at our concurrent viewers. We got like 60, 5 it's fluctuating viewers. Why is everybody here today? Right? You guys were all here yesterday. You guys were all here last week. I know why you're here. Because Kenneth, Mr. Kenneth with Trade, Invest, Simplify will be joining me on the mic today as we will be talking about investing. This man's been investing for over 20 years. He definitely brings value to the table. He's been swing trading for a very long time as well. And he just recently, over 2 years ago, got involved with day trading. So guess what? This is going to be of huge value for everybody. I know I'm going to learn something today from Kenneth when it comes to investing and swing trading. And maybe as full-time day traders, we can share some of our tips and tricks with Kenneth as well. So again, win-win. I'm absolutely fired up. And Kenneth's going to be again joining me on the mic right around 11 o'clock as we drop some value bombs, as we get you guys educated in regards to investing, fundamental analysis. How do you pick your investments? Dividends, good or bad, which ones to get invested in, right? How to really dissect, a company from a balance sheet, PE ratio, EPS, yield, etc. Dropping some tips, dropping some value bombs to make sure that you're walking away smarter than you were when you came in. With more information, more knowledge. I want everybody learning something new every single day, and we're going to learn a lot today, and even I am going to learn a lot, so I am fired up. Please make sure Kenneth's stuff is recorded. It will absolutely be recorded, and it will be uploaded in the video lessons library for you guys and girls no later than 4 o'clock. If you're here on YouTube, it's a one shot, guys. One shot. If you're not here, you're missing out. Make sure you're here at 11 o'clock here on YouTube to make sure that you can be involved when Mr. Kenneth, Trade, Invest, Simplify will be on the mic. So I'm excited. Link coming through, newsletter for the new platform. Yes, our servers are like really effed up right now. The servers, the back-end stuff, there's a lot of stuff going on. I have not been able to do newsletters lately, but there's going to be a new way to get those newsletters to you guys. Everything's changing. We will drop all that information as soon as we're ready to drop that information with the new platform. All right? Woo! I'm excited, baby. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and run through our watch list. I jumped on the mic this morning with the team right around what, guys? 8:20, 8:30, and talked to you guys about my watch list. Who was not here? Right around 8:30 to 8:40 as we broke down the watch list and how I'm already prepared for the day. If anybody wasn't here, please let me know because I'll be more thorough. But we have about 25 minutes to go. I don't want to spend too much time on one particular stock because we have a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity in the market. I just want to, here's the opportunity. Here are my levels. Long, short, entries, exits, stops. That's how I want to do this today. I don't want to spend too much time dissecting the press release. I don't want to spend too much time dissecting the volume against the average volume. I've already done the legwork. I've already done the due diligence. And I'm pretty sure you guys know how to do pre-market stock selection. Am I right? You guys have been here for a while. We do this every single morning. You know how to dissect these stocks. And if not, there's a lesson titled Pre-Market Stock Selection in the video lessons library on how I get prepared in the mornings and how I select my stocks. Damn it. Wasn't here. All right, well, let's go ahead and dive through it real quick. All right, let's go ahead and dive through it. Again, we're going to keep it easy. If you guys have any questions like, why are you looking at this stock? Let me know. Again, we just don't have a lot of time, so I'm not going to be as thorough with the press release and the float and all that stuff. Again, that's what we normally do in the mornings. I'm trying to get you guys inside my head as far as what I'm looking at. But like I said, if you guys have been in the stream before, if you guys have been in chat, which all of you have been in chat, you know exactly where this comes from and how I do my pre-market stock selection. And if not, there is a video in the video lessons library. So let's start with our small cap watch list for today. And if I don't mention a stock that you're watching, you better type it up in chat or we're going to miss it. All right. So again, if I say, okay, we're done with small caps and there's another small cap stock you're watching, go ahead and throw it up in chat. We'll take a look at it. But let's start with the stocks that have the best potential today. The stocks that are on the main watch list, right? Not back burners, but the top 3 to 5 stocks. Number 1, NAKD. Why NAKD? Good news. Last night, they had good news. They were talking about an offering, $300 million. It dropped a little bit. And then again, this morning, the company announced it entered into a definitive agreement under which Naked will acquire an outstanding stock in 3 entities. Centro Automotive Group acquisition. That's why we saw this stock move up again this morning. So we have news. It's a large float stock. It's trading decent volume, right? 47 million shares. On average, trade 62. We're going to surpass that volume today. It's up 23%, and it has good news, right? Why am I really focused on NAKD? You guys know me. I do not like stocks under $1, right? I just don't want to buy 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares. Why do I like NAKD? Right? What do we know about penny stocks? $1 is the strongest level of resistance. $5 is the second. $10 is the third. When we know a penny stock is under $1 for more than 6 months and it breaks $1, it's explosive, right? It can be absolutely explosive. SUNW, was that it? Was this the one that was under $1 for the longest time that just got absolutely explosive? Yes. So check it, right? This stock for the longest time had been underneath $1, and when it broke $1, it absolutely exploded to the upside, right? Go back and look at stocks that have been underneath of $1 for more than 6 months. When they break that whole dollar, 80-90% of the time they could absolutely explode. And so that's what I'm looking at here on NAKD. Is this stock, the last time it was over $1 was back in March. That's well over 6 months, guys. You're talking that's 8 months, 7 months that it's been underneath of $1. And if we can break, CEI was the same setup, Joe. Absolutely. If we can break that $1 mark, this thing could absolutely explode to the upside. 135 first target, 150 because it's natural resistance, and then we're looking left at all these prior highs and all these opens and closes, right? 184, $2, 218, and then boom, look at that. We have room all the way back up to like 340. We know the stock can move. Look, early this year, right? Early this year, within 2 days, it went from 42 cents to $3.40 in 2 days, right? The stock's large float, but it can move. And I'm really looking for the stock to break that dollar mark and get that explosive move to the upside on NAKD. We have a lot of news. There's some credibility behind this. Now we just have to be patient and wait for that setup to get in for that dollar break. NAKD, one of the top stocks we definitely need to watch. Not only could this be a good day trade, if it breaks $1 and it explodes over $1, gapping up and running again tomorrow is definitely likely. So maybe even a swing trade. NAKD, number 1. EVGO, number 2. EVGO expanding partnership to support high volume rideshare drivers. No terms disclosed. So General Motors and EVGO boost build plan for high power fast chargers. All right. EVGO and Uber also expand their partnership. So EVGO is dropping press releases. Uber and EVGO expanding the partnership. GM and EVGO boosting a build plan for high power fast chargers across the US. EVGO has a lot of great potential today, guys. A lot of great potential. So I'm really excited for EVGO. The EV sector has been doing really, really well. Now we have, partnership with Uber. Then we do have, them working with General Motors. A lot of good news today with EVGO. EVGO is one of the lower float stocks that we have on our watch list. It's 60 million in float. It's trading really, really good volume as well. Support, 1648 support. If we crack below 1648, you're coming back down right around 1420. Okay, so go ahead and mark those levels up. 1420, bottom support. Support could be right around 1648 as well, coming right from the daily chart. I'd really like to see if this can stay above that 1648. If so, we have room to 1958, $20. I would say right between that 1958 and $20 level being your overhead resistance. Breaking over that level of resistance, you have room to 2179. Breaking over 2179, you have room to 2344 here on EVGO. Number 2 stock we should really, really be watching right out of the gates. The number 3 stock, LAZR, right now, it's giving a lot back, but it still has a lot of great potential today. Why is that? They win NVIDIA business deal, right? So LAZR wins a deal with NVIDIA for their self-driving technology. So we do have LAZR with some good news. LAZR is a large float stock, 200 million in float, but it's trading really good volume. 12 million shares on average, it trades 3. Support right now, it's really trying to fight to stay up above that lower shadow. This is light support, guys. It's not strong support. It's light support. $23.40. Now, if we crack that level, which it's very, very likely because it's not very strong, we have room down to around the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, right around 2158. And if we crack below the 200-day moving average of 2158, 2152, you have room down the $20 natural support. Now, depending on where we hold on up, now we need to look to see where the stock can run back to. Well, we have resistance right around 24.73 to 25 bucks. We're going to have some resistance right up here towards around 26.20. Some resistance right around 27.49. And then we could definitely see this back up towards around 29.50. Pretty much those pre-market highs of $30 here on LAZR. So once again, light support right here, right now at $23.40. Light support. Could it bounce? Yes. Could it crack and fade to a stronger level? Yes. That's why I say it's light support, right? There's like one reason why it's support. Not 5, not 50, 1. So light support. Cracking below that level, your next level of support, $21.58. Below $21.58, $20. To the upside, targets, resistance, $24.73, $26.20, $27.49, and then $29.52 LAZR. Number 3, the third stock that we should definitely keep on high watch. So again, let's recap. LAZR, NAKD for the dollar break. It could be explosive, could definitely rip and run to the upside. And EVGO. Back burner plays, guys. We got ATER. Why is this a back burner play? Because I think the other 3 stocks that we just talked about have better opportunity and better potential with better news and better volume as well. So why am I saying ATER back burner? Because it's earnings with less volume, but it still should be kept on watch. ATER above 822, you have room to 950 and then $10. Support right now, I'd like to see it staying above $7.50. ATER, back burner play, has a lot of great opportunity. PSTV, same thing, has really good news, right? Receiving FDA fast track designation. Great news, just not doing anything here in pre-market. Want to see if this stock can stay above 186. It has room to 210 and then 230. Another stock that has a lot of great potential because it has really good news. It just hasn't gotten the attention yet, and it could get the attention. PSTV, 185 support, 210, and then 230 resistance. INVZ, another stock that has good news. Good news, right? Announced its perception solution now is supported on NVIDIA's Drive platform. So good news, just really hasn't gotten the attention. Another stock we should keep on high watch, and it's a great back burner play for today. This stock has some nice room up towards around 625, and then possibly back up towards around 682. And then if it really takes on off, 762 on INVZ with support right now at 535. And then last but not least, INO. The FDA lifted its hold on the phase 3 clinical trial for the COVID-19 shot. So that's good, right? That's good news, but it's not getting any kind of activity. It's not getting any action, but it could. That's why it's a back burner watch, right? So INO supports at 686. Resistance right now is at 716, and it has room up towards around that spiking high of $7.50 INO. This is probably the one I really don't care too much for. INO has good news. It's not like, oh, really good news. And it really doesn't have the volume like ATER, PSTV, and INVZ. So with that being said, I'm actually going to take INO off my watch list. But if you guys want to watch it yourselves, FDA's lifting their hold on their phase 3 clinical study, their trial. Supports at 686, breaking over 716. It has room to 750, and then $8. I'm personally not going to watch it, right? I want to eliminate the noise, and I think it's noise. So, top 3 stocks out of the gate. LAZR, NAKD, EVGO. INVZ back burner, PSTV back burner, ATER. Right now it's a back burner, but this one breaking 822, guys, could be the number 1 stock that we should be watching up towards around 950. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and take ATER off the back burner. And let's go ahead and add that to another stock that we should really be watching right out of the gate. Sound good? I think so. Larger priced plays for the day. Let's talk about the most anticipated earnings for today. We have Dash, DASH with earnings this evening. UPST upstarts with earnings this evening as well. Coin, very anticipated. And NIO, very anticipated earnings as well. Why are we talking about these right now? Well, so you know what we have earnings with tonight. And because we could see movement into earnings. PayPal. What did we see yesterday? It moved a little bit. Not crazy, but a little bit. RBLX had earnings last night as well. It really actually didn't really do all that much, right? So I was trying to give you a great example of anticipation buying in the earnings. Well, the two examples I gave you absolutely sucked. Absolutely sucked. But again, Dash, UPST, Coin, and Neo, right? Earnings this afternoon, but we could see some movement today into earnings, okay? So keep those on watch. Earnings last night that we should watch today as well. PayPal. I was very frustrated with PayPal. My order got skipped last night trying to get out of a short position just to watch this come down for my 235 entry. Down to 212. Maybe I should have held this short. I don't know. I took a $600 loss on that short because I got skipped on my order to get filled for a $400 profit, and it started ripping. I had to take the loss. I could not be greedy. I could not go against my plan. I had to bite the bullet and take the loss. Now coming back today, looking at it, you know what? Could I have held it? Yes. But did I do the right thing? Absolutely, I did the right thing, right? So again, for those of you here that saw me take that trade last night, like, man, Josh, you should have held it. What if it was at 250, 260, 270 today? Would you still said, hey, I should have held it? You'd be like, no, you should have cut it. Exactly. We didn't know what was going to happen here on PayPal. Right now, it's moving down. It's getting into a better area to maybe start dollar cost averaging into this a little bit more here on PayPal. So I'm definitely watching PayPal today. Earnings last night. Definitely watching Roblox. I know Tracy, TikTok mom in chat, she is absolutely loving Roblox right now. I know she's an investor with RBLX. We were talking about Roblox back in July and August. She was asking me for my recommendation. What would I do? And I would say dollar cost average in the Roblox, right? Dollar cost average into it. And I explained why. We talked about it. You know what? It was a great decision. Right now, she is not upset whatsoever. Roblox from 77 up towards around 102 to 105. Tracy, what I would do is trim profit, right? I mean, I don't know about you, right? But me, right? If I had a nice cost basis, which your cost basis may be like $80, if I was up 40%, 30%, I would consider trimming some profit and taking some of that profit and maybe allocating it to some of my worst performing investments. So maybe investments that I really believe in that aren't performing great, maybe allocating some of those profits into those other investments that you love to bring those cost bases down as well. That's something that I do, but maybe something to think about, something to consider. All right, but again, Roblox right now, it's up over 30%. Again, I would definitely consider trimming a little bit of profit, but that's up to you. If you like Roblox long term, again, I think it's a great stock long term. I'm just a big firm believer to trim a little bit of profit when I have it, to take some of those proceeds, some of those profits, and reinvest those into some of my longer term stocks that aren't performing the best, but I still believe in them for the long term, if that makes sense, okay? So Roblox, definitely watching this one today, guys. Definitely, I think I owe you a commission on that one. Nah, keep it to yourself. Enjoy it. You're doing absolutely amazing on Roblox. Keep up the good work, Tracy. So yeah, we're watching Roblox today as well, guys. I think this one over that 105, we could start seeing 110, 115, 120. This one has a lot of hype behind it right now. This one has a lot of great potential to continue to rip and run into new all-time highs today. High watch, all right? Now let's talk about a stock that I can't really pinpoint where I want to get involved. NVIDIA announcing a tool that enables creation of custom human-like voices for every brand. Creating AI avatars. Announced Omniverse Replicator synthetic data generation engine for training AIs. Announcing its perception solution is now supported on NVIDIA Drive. Like, guys, dropping press release left and right. Articles left and right. Like, my goodness. It's like NVIDIA. No wonder it's up from, 308 to 325. No wonder it's up almost 20 points, right? I mean, I just don't know where to get involved with this. I'm going to be honest. I don't know where I'd want to touch it, right? Like, do I want to buy this for the break over pre-market highs? I don't know. I mean, this bad boy is so overextended, but we could see 330, 340, and 350 today. I kind of want to wait for a little bit of a sell-off, right? People that are in this at 308, up $20 a share on NVIDIA overnight, right? That's a massive gap up. That's a pretty damn good gap up. I would take profits if I was in this. So I would expect to see a little bit of profit taking, maybe pulling the stock back down to where we can get a better entry for that next leg up. NVIDIA, I would not short this, right? Catherine, I love you so much. I'm glad we talked you out of AMD, because AMD is even ripping too, right? Just too early the short. AMD, still no signs of a short. NVIDIA, still no signs of a short. We want to short it. It's so overextended. It's so overbought. It's going to come down, but when, right? When? Just like AMD, when? It's still moving up. Right now, we got to be patient. I know it's tempting to short stocks like NVIDIA, to short stocks like AMD that are overextended, but we have to wait. I know you want puts. I want puts too, but we have to wait. The last thing that we want to do is like AMD trying to get puts when the stock's at 130 and it being up $25 more. We have to be patient. We have to wait. When the time comes, we will make money to the short side on AMD, and we will make money to the short side on NVIDIA. But we have to be patient and wait for those setups and wait for the opportunity to be perfect. As perfect as possible. 80-20 odds. Right now it's a gamble. Let's be patient. Home Depot, I really like this for puts, guys. Really like an HD for puts. I mean, it's just a textbook, really easy double top, right? Anybody, my daughter can come in and say, hey, daddy, that's a double top, short it, right? It's a double top on the daily. If we crack the neckline right around 364.82, I will take some day trade shorts, right? Probably short this as a day trade. And I'll also grab some puts and ride this a couple weeks down to like 350. That's the next level that I see Home Depot going if we can crack the neckline and actually have a textbook double top here on the daily chart. And another thing I notice, not just a textbook double top, right? But we also have that divergence on the RSI as well. You know, giving me a few extra separate reasons, right, to take these shorts on Home Depot and take some puts on Home Depot. So I'm really looking at HD below 364.82 for a day trade, maybe short this down to like 360, and then some multi-week puts down into the 350s. Definitely going to be covered those before earnings though. Earnings are going to be a week from today. So maybe we see this play on out by the end of this week or early next week before earnings, because I would not be holding the entire position through earnings just in case there's great earnings and we see it actually move higher. Okay, guys? Home Depot, definitely thinking about some puts though up into earnings. I do like the short setup. It looks great. Great reward, low risk. Definitely need to keep that one on watch below 364.82. Snapchat. I'm bullish on this one, guys, right? Everybody's like, buy it? No. Buy it? No. Buy it? No. Buy it? No. Today, buy it. Right? Why buy it here, 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 be down, 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 down? Unless you're dollar cost averaging into it because you like it for an investment. For a swing trade, we're ready. For a swing trade, we're finally getting that nice little just U shape, starting to get some action to the upside. I think we have room to 57.16 and then 58.74. And honestly, we may hit those levels today. As long as, you know, Snapchat in a perfect world stays above $55, I'm bullish to 57.16. I'm bullish and long to 58.74. Yeah, 58.74, and I'm going to be adding more of this to my portfolio. I like Snapchat. I do like Snap. You know, coming off those highs of 83 down towards around $50. Definitely not a bad little discount to grab a little bit more Snapchat, and being patient, waiting to make sure that was the bottom and that we're going to possibly see, right, a higher odd reversal. Snapchat. Again, I am long over 55. Now, it could come down to 54.63, and that's fine because that's good support as well. And if that happens, I might pick up a little bit more. But again, ideally, in a perfect world, really like to see Snapchat staying above 55. And I think we have great potential to that 57.16 first target, and then 58.74 second targets here on Snapchat. And then last but not least, Netflix, baby. Netflix. Couple separate reasons this could be a great trade here on Netflix is number one, we pulled back, healthy pullback, right? We need pullbacks on stocks that are just tearing to the upside. Nice healthy pullback into the prior high, prior resistance, aka new support, and also on the trend line with a nice little doji yesterday with a slight gap up. So there's a few separate reasons that I really do like Netflix, right? Coming into the trend line, support, into the prior high, right? The prior high resistance, aka new support. Nice little doji yesterday, and it's a healthy pullback. I definitely think we could see a bounce back up to like 665 and maybe even like 675 here on Netflix. So today, if this breaks over 656.13 to the penny, 656.13, I am long to 665. And then if we break that level, I could easily see this up over 670 today on Netflix. So Netflix, few separate reasons. I think we could see a nice bounce today and maybe the next couple of days as well for a multi-day swing trade. Snapchat, we talked about it. You guys know why I like it. I'm ready to go on Snap. Home Depot, you guys know why I like it. We're ready to go. Nvidia, I cannot pinpoint where I want to get involved, but I would really like to see some profit taking out of the gate to pull this down a little bit. I know we had one. PPSI was a mover from yesterday. PPSI. These are our back burners, right? We have PPSI from yesterday. Above 750. It has room back up towards around 9 and then 11, right? So as long as PPSI stays above, in a perfect world, right around 750, right? We had some resistance and some support. I want to see this hold up as support. We could see it bounce back up to 9 and then 11 there on PPSI. FCEL, another gainer from yesterday. If FCEL breaks over pre-market highs, we do have room up towards around 1242. One of yesterday's movers as well. PETZ, a mover from yesterday also. If this one can stay above $5.30, PETZ has room back up to 6 and potentially back up to 7. NEGG was a mover from yesterday as well. No news really why the stock ripped from around 12 to 19, but another stock you guys should keep on watch today as well. And then lastly, Lucid, above yesterday's highs would be great. So back above 48, we have room to 50. I know there's a lot to talk about, right? There's a lot. Prior day movers, small caps, options, but get prepared. Do that due diligence as well. That's my watch list. The reasonings, these stocks are on my watch list, and we're ready to go, fired up, and let's have an awesome day, team. Market's open. Let's make it happen, and let's make some profits. So right out of the gate, I am going to be kind of just sifting through some of our penny stocks, right? Like ATER, LAZR, NAKD, guys. NAKD's definitely going off to the side. I mean, if NAKD breaks $1, this thing's going to just absolutely explode, in my opinion. So NAKD is one of the top stocks I want to be watching right out of the gate. It's off to the side. I can keep that on watch. EVGO support at 1650. And INVZ, that's a back burner play with PSTV back burner. So again, the top stocks to watch, you're looking at EVGO above 1650, room to 19 and then 20. NAKD for the break over $1. It just has so much potential to break $1 and just be absolutely explosive. We will see. LAZR support down towards around 2158. If 2340 does not hold, it has room down to 2158. Yes, do I think it's smart to start studying economics? 100%. Absolutely. Sorry, guys. I got to rearrange my screens a little bit. When I get so honed in, you guys are off to the side. It's like everybody's off to the side on YouTube, and I always forget you're there because I see chat. I got to bring you guys over this way a little bit. So my bad if I missed any questions, but again, getting you guys prepared for the day, the stocks that I think have the best potential in the reasonings that I think these stocks have the best potential as well. So now we're patient, we wait, and we react. That's it. We sit back, we be patient. Stock set up, we react, we make money. Let's do it, guys. Again, Netflix over 656.13 has a lot of great potential to 665. If you like options, guys, that's where it's at. Snapchat, again, as long as this one stays above 55, a lot of great potential on Snapchat. $57 is very realistic. $57 is very realistic on Snapchat. I like Snapchat. Has a pretty nice daily chart, and I think we could continue to see this move into the upside. Maybe a little quick red to green, breaking over pre-market highs. I took a small little position as a starter, just looking to see if we can get that break over 55.50 here over on the Snapchat. I'm in at 55.39 right now on Snapchat. Equities, 55.39. There's 55.40. If it breaks over 55.47, got some great room to the upside. So I took a small position, nothing crazy, because I am buying towards the high of the day, and I'm not a high a day trader, but I do like the daily chart on Snapchat, and I think it has some great room to run maybe $1.50 to $2. There's a new high a day there. There we go. Nice entry on Snapchat. I'll take it. You guys want to see my entry? You guys can see bottom right-hand corner of the screen. I am in 250 shares at a cost basis of $55.39 there on Snapchat. And I really like Snapchat a lot. So I'm going to put Snap off to the side so I can monitor that trade. Nice pop to 55.65. Not too shabby. What about Home Depot? Anything there? Nope. Anything with Netflix yet? Maybe, guys. Maybe. Netflix is a definite possibility here coming on up, guys. So be watching Netflix. I watch on Netflix. NAKD, nothing yet. EVGO, nothing yet. INVZ, nothing. ESTV, nothing. INO, room to 750. INO has room to 750. Again, INO has room to $7.50. Nice little pop there on Snap, but right now, actually a pretty big, nasty candle. I don't like that. So I'm going to have to put a stop in under the low a day. That's crazy. Snapchat was solid. Snapchat was great. Maybe it still has potential, but we'll see. We'll see here. See if you can hold on up here and actually continue that leg on higher. But yeah, INO has that room up towards around 750, guys, on INO. Nothing yet on ATER. Nothing yet on LAZR. You might be able to grab a starter position on NAKD right now off these lows of 86. Again, a maybe starter position right here around 87 to 88 cents on NAKD. It is risky. It is risky, but you could get an early entry for a possible red to green move. Just make sure you have stops under like 85 cents if you're interested. Make sure you just have stops under 85 cents. Ideally on NAKD would be the sweet spot for it. But again, like I said, it's just a little risky. Markets aren't really... I'm going to have to get out of Snap. It looked great out of the gate. Came down to 55.13. Was looking beautiful right now. Doesn't look beautiful anymore, that's for sure. Probably going to have to get out of that Snapchat trade here in a moment. But again, as long as it stays above 55, I'm still holding it. Above 55. Depending on how this candle closes, it may be a candle that I average in on here on Snapchat. Maybe a candle that I actually average in on and take a 500 share position. Because that's a pretty strong candle right there back above that 55.13. I actually like this a lot. I'm probably going to add to Snapchat here, guys. Again, I said probably. Again, I got to wait for this candle to close on out. And I still have to be patient. Still have to be patient here with it. I'm not in yet. I did not average in on Snapchat. So INO now has room to 8, guys. INO now has room to 8. Still ATER. It just hasn't set up yet, guys. LAZR hasn't set up yet. NAKD hasn't set up yet. But look at EVGO with that possible red to green move, guys. EVGO right off that 1650, baby. Right off that 1650, beautiful bounce. Looking like it's going to go for a red to green move here, guys. Keep EVGO on high watch. Came down beautifully. Beautifully. to that 1650 level that we had been talking about here in pre-market. So good stuff there. If you guys caught EVGO, good stuff off that bounce. You may have a nice little red to green move here, guys. So I just added to Snapchat here. I just added to Snapchat. Cost basis 55.30. Looking to see if this one's going to hold that 55 and get that little pop on up. Every time it looks like it's going to drop 55 or crack below 55, you know, it has some decent buying pressure trying to push this right back up. So it just needs to break above that 55.20 to actually get that next leg up. I'm trying to be patient with it here on Snapchat. It has potential, but at the same time, once it started falling back down, it didn't, you know, hold on up. I lost a little bit of confidence, but we'll see. Like 54.80 is my stop out. Right around like 54.80 is going to be right where I have to stop out of this. Yeah, I don't like it now, guys. Snapchat looks like shit, to be honest with you. Excuse my language. It doesn't look all that great now. It looked great right out of the gate. Pull back, pop, and it's just curled on over there a little bit. So I'm not too crazy about it, but you got EVGO above that 1650, guys. EVGO looking like it's going to get that red to green move. Not looking bad at all. 1650 pullback, beautiful stuff. This one's going to get a lot of hype and a lot of action over 1774. So a lot of hype here and a lot of action back up to probably 19 bucks. I would actually call it 1864. 1864 there on EVGO once we break 1774, guys. So right now, EVGO is one of the best looking stocks at this point in time. NAKD, anything yet? No. LAZR, anything? No. ATER, anything yet? No. INO, pull back to 716. 716 pullback over on INO. Doesn't look bad at all. Right now, EVGO is the #1 watch above 1650. EVGO has room back up to 1774. And then looking for a break over 1774 for the leg up to 1864 there on EVGO. Nothing with INVZ yet, and nothing with PSTV. NEGG needs to be on watch tomorrow for a mid-candle breakout. PPSI, nothing. PETZ, nothing. All right, cool. So we know that the #1 stock that we should be focused on right now is definitely EVGO. Definitely EVGO. If it cracks below 1650, you're coming back down right around like 1450-ish. Be your next level there over on EVGO if it cracks 1650. But as long as this stays above 1650, guys, you have room to that 1774 and then 1864. Snapchat, probably going to get stopped out here. It looked great out of the gate. I got it. It just didn't follow through. Just didn't follow through here. Came down out of the gate. Nice pop. I made my entries. And then right now it's just looking a little iffy. But trying to be as patient as possible because it's tried to lose 55 multiple times. And buyers keep holding it on up. So all we need is a break back above VWAP. And ideally a break back above like 55.40 to really be in the clear. Here on Snapchat, and we can, you know, still ride this to the upside. So still being patient with this one. Still being patient with this one. You see a decent amount of support below 55. Buyers trying to hold this up. You know, back above VWAP and really back above 55.40. I think we're more in the clear than we had been, and I think we could easily see that 57 still on Snap. Now we're starting to see some decent volume move on in. Stops now have to be low a day, so I have to do a stop out at 54.90 is my stop. I'm bringing my stop up a little bit, 54.80 to 55.90. Basically, stops are right under the low a day now. Want to see this, just go ahead and break 55.65. That's perfect. We're actually back above VWAP now. I feel a lot better about Snapchat, so let's see what we have in store here. ATER looks a little bearish. LAZR is right at 50, or I'm sorry, is right at 21.58 now. That was another level of support here, guys, was the 200-day moving average on LAZR. So LAZR is finding some support possibly right here around 21.58, guys. So keep this one on high watch. LAZR right around this 21.58 level. NAKD, nothing yet. EVGO, cracked. So we're not really seeing a lot of great opportunity right now out of the gate. Right? There's definitely not an abundance of opportunity right here out of the gate. DVD is the #1 gainer, doing absolutely nothing. SURG, Surge. Surge. That's why we didn't see this one. It dropped a press release right at 9:17. Surge Pay says expects to eclipse 15,000 customer mark in November. I'm probably going to exit Snapchat. Snapchat is, it looks like it's an emotional stock. It can't figure out what it wants to do. Snapchat's a very emotional stock right now. It's like, I want it. I don't want it. I want it. I don't want it. I want it. I don't want it. Oh, Snapchat. What are you doing, man? You were looking good there for a second. You were looking like you wanted to get that little, the little pop, buddy. What you doing? What you doing here? Yeah, I just got stopped out of a Snapchat. I gotta love it. It's a manic, depressive stock. Indeed it is. I mean, good setup. Buyers wanted it. Several times you see buyers definitely wanted it, but just didn't make it happen. So you just gotta get out of it. Yeah, you gotta walk away. You gotta move on. It was a great setup, guys. I take that setup again, but I lost 227, so I managed my risk beautifully. Only took a $227 loss, and my target was that 57 level. We were looking at potentially, over $1,000 profit there. And again, I went ahead and stopped that at a $200 loss. So we're all good. Is EVGO good at this price? Oh man, I'm not really liking the price action. Like I've been telling you guys for the last week or so, and Crystal attested this as well. Price action has been really crappy in the market lately. So, I'm really more or less sitting back the first, usually 15, 30 minutes on some of these small caps just to really get an idea of how they're moving, right? Yesterday, we saw some movement within the first 30 minutes, nothing until about, noon, and then we saw everything rip yesterday around lunch. So there's been a lot of inconsistency in the market, so it's really just been sitting back. Yeah, small caps have been very choppy, guys. So, would I say buy now on EVGO? No. Now, again, support's still back down here, guys, underneath that prior pre-market low, right? And yesterday's high. So you got yesterday's high, pre-market low, 1444. I wouldn't touch this thing until it came down to 1444. So I personally would not be touching EVGO right now. No, I don't read the chat when we're live in the market, but we're live right now on YouTube, and I read that chat, guys. Triple tasking, hard. Multitasking, I got it. I got chat, we got YouTube. It's Alpha Day Trading on YouTube. Come on over. Again, right now, team, INO, why are we buying it? We're not. ATER, why are we touching this one? We're not. LAZR, why are we touching this one? We're not. NAKD, why are we touching this one? We're not. Right? EVGO, no. INVZ, no. PSTV, no. Right? Every single penny stock is just falling right now, which is it's unfortunate, right? You know, it's definitely more opportunity to the short side. What's up with QUBT? They were selected by BMW Group, Amazon Web Services as finalists in Quantum Computing Challenge. All right, so right now, at least we have some credibility behind QUBT. At least we have some credibility here. At least we have something that's making some moves to the upside. Every stock that had great potential, everything looks like poop. QUBT though. So right now, QUBT is where we have a decent amount of action. Let's go back and look at SURG. Surge, at least this one's holding on up, guys. So let's put our focus on these two, SURG and QUBT. I think these are the top two right now at this point in time. Again, the market's crazy. You know, 1 minute, I'm looking at this stock. It looks great. The next minute, it looks like crap. I mean, that's the market. You have to be a chameleon. You have to be able to adapt. Right now, we're adapting. We're not sitting here just focused on INO when it looks like crap. We're not focused on ATER when it looks like crap. We're not focused on LAZR when it looks like crap. Right? Where are we focused? QUBT. Maybe a halt strategy? SURG. At least it's holding its gains and not dumping. So that's kind of where I'm focused right now. We're going to be these two stocks. That's where it seems like the opportunity is. At least to the long side. Especially with like SURG here, guys. So right now, can SURG get a high day break? I mean, it has room to 460. 460 high day break. If you're in this, stops are under 4. You're starting to get a little bit of a cross. 9 EMA VWAP. You're above VWAP. Now we just need to see if buyers can get this into a new high a day here over on SURG. Right now, you're looking like it's trying to go for a high a day. You got 412, 414. It's got to break over 415 to really get some action towards it. Yeah. AMD dumped. Oh, man. It is pulling back. Everything's pretty iffy right now, guys. You know, a lot of things that looked decent, just not a lot of great activity. Not a lot of great activity, a lot of great action right now. I mean, definitely seen a lot of selling, guys, right? You see a beautiful double top. Now it's turning into maybe an ascending triangle to Home Depot. You know, Snapchat looking good for the leg up over that 55. Netflix is the one, right? Netflix is the only one over 656 that's actually doing something right now. You know, other than that, everything else looks like crap in the market, you know? Everything else is looking pretty iffy right now, so... I do want to be watching QUBT out of this halt, though. It was halted at 9:47. We're looking at about 9:52 we'll be live. So in about the next 22 seconds, we'll be live. How do I feel about NEWR? How do I feel about NEWR New Relic? I mean, this thing is gapping up huge because of earnings. So how do I feel about it? I mean, I wouldn't touch it. Just like a stock gapping down off bad earnings. Would I touch it? No. NEWR off earnings, would I touch this? No. I mean, it's already gapped up from $90 to $120. I personally wouldn't touch it. QUBT's live. QUBT is live. Over 895, it could definitely take on off over 895 on QUBT. Halt level to the downside is 750. The halt level to the downside is 750 on QUBT. Back above 833, I mean, it could take on off. So right now, we're trying to see if this one's going to get that pop over 895 with a decent amount of volume. I mean, right now, it's trying to get back above 850. There's a little pop above 850 there momentarily. Now it's getting some action to it. Trying to. It really just got to break over 9. I mean, that's it. Over 9, we could definitely see a halt. I think it's going to go for it. And it has room to like 10 and then like 1022 on QUBT. Right around 10 and then I would say like 1022, 1025-ish on QUBT. Once we break 9 here. Halt level right now is 764 on QUBT, right around 764. So right now, let's see if traders want to get something going today. I'm just going to look at your crypto holdings. Only thing not making me cry. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the opportunity, guys. Is penny stocks have been really challenging lately. It's not even just me. I talked to a lot of traders out there. And, you know, penny stocks haven't been consistent. The market's been choppy. The market's been erratic. I mean, there's not really been any set consistency. It's almost like the market that we're in is a small size buy and hold. I mean, honestly, that's what it seems like. It's a very small size, buy it randomly and just hold it and wait for traders to pop it up just randomly. Everything seems random. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Things seem more random than they do like consistent, and like there's reasonings for these moves, right? You could look at the chart and be like, that makes sense. Or, oh, this makes sense. Lately, I'm looking at these charts, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. Why did it move here? Why did this happen? Why that? Just technicals don't make as much sense lately as they used to over the past 3 years. And we're starting to notice that a lot this year. There's a lot of less consistency in the market. So, and it's just something you have to adapt to. And that's what we're doing is we're adapting, right? That's all we're doing is we're adapting. Right now, I'm down 450 on the day. You know, good setups, right? Decent setups. Snapchat, I'm not upset with Snapchat. It was good. You know, quick little $40 loss on QUBT for the halt strategy. It tried, it failed. Just you're not seeing, you know, that consistency, you know, coming into the market and really backing up these moves. You know, I blame it on the inexperienced traders, right? You guys in here, you're excluded. You're experienced. You're here. You're learning, right? This is the right way to trade, the right way to teach and educate, all that good stuff. But I talked to like John Carter and some of his team, you know, some other, you know, mentors out there that have been doing this for years, like me, and we all say the same thing: is the market's weird. Market doesn't make a lot of sense. A lot of traders are like stepping it back. Like Ross is stepping it back. Sean's stepping it back. A lot of more experienced traders that used to trade small caps are not really trading small caps as much. And, you know, I blame it on the inexperienced, you know, 18-year-olds. If you're 18, I'm not talking bad about you. I just think I blame it on them, right? We got, you know, 1 billion people on Robinhood just buying and selling randomly, and that's why the market seems random. There's no consistency. It's like, you know, we had a lot of professionals dominating the volume in the price action. Now we have a lot of non-professionals dominating, which makes things so weird and so challenging to trade. Oh my goodness. It's okay. That's funny. Blame it on Frank. Frank says, blame it on me. Frank, it's your fault. I'm not blaming it on anybody. I'm just saying, like, I can't put my finger to it as to why it's been 80% choppy and 20% consistent this year. When normally, it's 80% consistent and 20% choppy. This year's been a weird year in the market. I tell you what, this, especially small caps. Like, we haven't seen the consistent supernova seasons. The supernovas that we've had been like 3 days and then done within 3 days. Normally you see them hold on up for 3 weeks, not 3 days. Oh man, it's fun. Tell you what, it's fun. It literally, this is kind of, in my opinion, this is a market where you have to like literally open up your stops, right? My scalping approach isn't working. My scalping approach that has made me a consistent 6 figures a year the past 3 years isn't working. I'm getting chopped out left and right. And I'm like, now I'm going to have to probably scale back size and maybe hold a little bit longer, which is not kind of my edge. It's not my edge whatsoever. But my style, my strategy that's made me great money the past 3 years just hasn't really been working as consistent this year. The beginning of the year, yes, absolutely. Beginning of the year, killing it, crushing it. End of the year, this last 6 months, my goodness. And even swing trading, man, I was talking to Kenneth yesterday, even swing trading with how erratic the market's been. Swing trading for me hasn't even been all that phenomenal. It's weird. It's a different condition, that's for sure. They're definitely different market conditions. That's all I can say. Definitely different market conditions, and we're seeing these types of consistent market conditions. And these market conditions are not the market that my edge thrives in. So I'm probably gonna have to not go back to the drawing board, but sit on the sidelines more. Take less size, give more breathing room, and just trying to hone in on, a different strategy that, can make big time consistent profits in this choppy market. And that's it. It's not changing everything up 100%, maybe just trying to add another tool to your tool belt. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is, I need to start adding some more tools to my tool belt here in this market. So everything's pretty red today, guys. Everything's pretty red. Coin, red. PayPal, I mean, everything seems pretty red. The only thing we have up is Roblox, obviously Nvidia, but Nvidia's given a lot back, which we expected. HD's up, surprisingly. Netflix is doing okay, but for the most part, you do have a decent amount of red here. Crypto-related stocks falling hard. BITO falling hard. What's up with Bitcoin right now? Is Bitcoin struggling a little bit? Haven't looked at Bitcoin or anything, but I would say that since almost every single crypto-related stock is down right now, I would say that, Bitcoin probably isn't doing the greatest right now. It's probably pulling back here because look at every crypto-related stock. Bitcoin's up. Okay. So maybe just the equities market just doesn't make any sense today. Bitcoin up, crypto-related stocks struggling. That's doesn't make any sense. Ethereum still up? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess everybody woke up today and said, I'm just going to sell. Everybody woke up today and said, you know what? I am just going to sell. Like, I don't even care if the chart looks good. I don't care if the chart looks great, right? I'm selling. The chart looks good, I'm buying. So again, we're seeing, that early 30-minute sell-off, right? Stocks are pulling back hard the first 30 minutes. Right now, let's see if we can get some bounces in. Let's see if we can catch some nice bounces on these stocks that have pulled back pretty hard. And INO has not even looked appealing out of the gate. ATER right now. Maybe we're just looking for the, some of these initial sell-offs and we get some bounces. Watch ATER above 7. See if ATER can stay above 7. LAZR right now. down towards around 20. I mean, that's an area that we should be keeping this one on watch. NAKD, this one's still giving everything back. So it's still at 6,800, still up, yeah. The No Boss Life saying, since you're saying the markets are random and weird, what's your advice to newbies wanting to learn the day trade? Still the same thing, right? Get a basic understanding about the markets, right? Become financially literate. Understand technical analysis. Understand how to read charts. Understand risk management. Everything stays the same. The only thing that really changes, right now compared to like 6 months ago is my edge. My edge is the way I trade to make money in the market. Chris has his edge. I have my edge. Beth has her edge. We all have different styles of trading. My style of trading is just simply not working, right? So I'm not saying, oh, we just got to quit. We're done. We can't trade anymore. It's like, okay, we have to be able to take a step back and realize, all right, my edge isn't consistently working in the market right now. Markets kind of are odd. They're a little different. They're more choppy, weird, right? A little more random per se, not as consistent. So that being said, I just have to start, okay, what can I do differently? Maybe I just play the opposite side of my trade, right? Instead of looking for these nice, scalp plays off these little, whatever my strategies, maybe play the opposite side of my trade, or, just continue to pay attention to the market and kind of see how the market's moving. Maybe I need to reduce my size and give stocks more breathing room for these pushes. Again, really, it's just kind of going back to the drawing board to see, what's going to work for me. Here's the difference between me and a new trader. Me, I've been trading the same way for 3 years, right? The same way for 3 years, consistently making 6 figures a year. It's harder for me to start changing things up because I've been doing the same thing consistently for years. And as Mark Douglas would say, when things become rough in the market and your edge isn't working, you don't go back to the drawing board and start changing things up. You just reduce your size into what we call sample sizing until the market shapes back up. The market, in my opinion, hasn't really shaped back up to a consistency level yet over the past 6 months. So for me, it's a little bit more challenging. For Chris, it's a little bit more challenging because we've had the same style of trading for years. Now that the markets are changing, now we have to kind of maybe go back to the drawing board and just tweak a few things. But as a brand new trader, it's easier for you because you're learning this market the way it is now, right? You're learning the market the way it is now. So I would still say get your education, right? Learn the markets, understand how stocks move, understand the psychology of trading, technical analysis, how to read a chart, how to control your emotions, how to be disciplined, all that, risk management. I would still say exactly what I say to do, right? Continue to come in and put in that work and learn. The SPY is just straight down. Like, hey, let's have some fun with, we're seeing a lot of red. Like I said, we're seeing a lot of red in the market. EVGO with a downtrend break. Absolutely. Market was absolutely due for a red day. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. But as far as, a downtrend break here on EVGO, let's do this. Let's just go ahead and clear everything out completely. And you can tell that there's some volatility in the market because my TD is still having a lot of issues. Run yourself a downtrend and let's see if this ever sets up for a downtrend break on EVGO. We're just waiting for some bottom reversals right now. Every stock that has great potential to move today, and they had credible reasons, catalysts, right? Good volume, low floats. Everything's falling. But again, what did we see yesterday? Everything started to fall, right? Things started to find support around 11 to 12, and then boom, we got some rips. Let's see if that's still the trend today. Let's see if that's kind of the tone in the market is possible quick spikes out of the gate, mainly fading and falling, and then getting some hype later in the afternoon. So we're still definitely watching every stock that we had on watch. Just because it's fading and falling doesn't mean it can't start moving back up. And like I said yesterday, a lot of our stocks were fading and falling. 10, 11, 11:30, then boom, 12 o'clock you get, what was it, PPSI ripping. And then boom, you got, PETZ ripping and running. And then boom, FCEL. And then boom, NEGG into the day. That was the market yesterday. So that can kind of be, what we see again today as well, guys. So right now, Catherine nailed it. Right now, EVGO, this is what we want to be watching here, is going to be on EVGO for a possible downtrend break setup, guys. Right now, do we have anything with Home Depot? No. Anything with NVIDIA? No. And honestly, a lot of these stocks are really pulling down the SPY, right? A lot of these stocks due for a pullback. Why is the SPY falling? Well, because we have a lot of these, stocks that are in the SPY, the S&P, that are fading and falling, which is pulling that ETF down, right? So right now, it's okay. We're good, right? Netflix just doesn't have the volume. Doesn't look good. Maybe a swing trade. Snapchat, still more of a swing trade. That day trade was okay. HD, again, just not a lot of volume. NVIDIA right now, it's got to get back above like 314. RBLX, profit taking from earnings. Again, that's why I told TikTok mom, take a little bit of profit, trim some profit. It's always a good idea, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now, is just some profit taking. Where's PayPal? $200. Wow, this thing is still getting beaten down. My goodness, still just selling on off, which is cool. I mean, it's better buying opportunities for us, right? It's better buying opportunities. All right, team. So again, right now, it's really a game of patience. Like, if you're learning anything today, and Corey hit this on the head, today is not a day to test your risk management skills. Today's not a day to test your strategies to see if you have good win rate. Today, literally, is a day of testing your emotions, testing your patience, and testing your discipline. Being disciplined, understand, it's okay to sit on your hands. Being patient to wait for good setups, right? And be able to suppress your emotions. Push those down. Be like, you know what? Why get all hyped up? Why be all, crazy? Like trying to just trade everything, right? Or revenge trading, or buying stocks out of, the fear of missing out just because it pops up 20 cents. Today is literally a day of learning how to be disciplined and patient and how to sit on your hands, because there's not a lot of opportunity in the market, guys. I know stocks are moving, right? SAVA is up 30, 40 cents, right? Netflix is moving around a little bit. There's things moving, but is it good opportunity? There's a difference between the stock is moving and the stock has a good opportunity for consistent profits. There's a big difference between it's moving and it has opportunity. Right now, stocks are moving, but right now there's not any like really good, high probability setups for great opportunity. So today is really a day of being patient, guys, being disciplined, sitting on those hands, and understanding that sometimes the best trade is no trade. So all we can do, right? All we can do, Frank, is dollar cost average in. If you want to own PayPal, let's say you want to own this 5, 10, 20 years. It's not a day trade. It's not a swing trade. It's a long-term investment. Right now, the way you have to look at it is yesterday, it was at 230. Today, it's down about, 12%. You can buy PayPal right now for a 12% discount, right? Just in 24 hours, it's a bargain, 12% discount. Just from these highs that it was at early this year, it's down 35%. That is a 35% discount. If you want to own this long term, you have to look at it as it's down 12%. Is today the day that I want to dollar cost average in? Do I want to add a little bit more money to PayPal, or do I think I should wait? Again, investments, anytime you see a stock down, in my opinion, 10, 20%, and it's an investment, long term, I always think it's a great buying opportunity, and I always add a little bit more. So that's how I would say is, I'm not saying, hey, it's a good buy it for swing trade, or hey, this is a great buy, go 100% in. I'm saying have your stocks, right? Have your portfolio of stocks that you like in your reasonings, right? And we're going to bring Kenneth on the mic today. He's going to talk about the stocks that he owns and why. But again, when you see stocks moving down, you add to them, right? When you see stocks moving up substantially like NVIDIA and AMD, let's imagine you were investing in AMD and NVIDIA. You're not looking to sell completely, you're looking to trim profit to add to some of your underperforming investments. So for instance, TikTok Mom as an example, let's say she owned Roblox and PayPal. Well, Roblox is up 20 points, right? Absolutely insane, right? That's a great opportunity to trim some profits on Roblox and take some of those proceeds and those profits and put them into, say, like PayPal, because it's underperforming right now if she owned PayPal. So again, it's all about just moving your money around. You have stocks in your portfolio that are doing very, very well. It's okay to trim profits and take some of that capital, take some of that money and reallocate it to some of the stocks that are not performing the best that are in your portfolio, as long as you still believe in those stocks and you still want to own them for 10, 20 years. So again, we're always dollar cost averaging in. Always dollar cost averaging into our long-term portfolio. See, Catherine, TikTok Mom, it's shopping time. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. No, it's closing time. It's shopping. No, we got a remix here. I wouldn't. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. But hey, that's on you guys. I don't trust it. I still think we need a pullback, high or low for the break. Again, I'm not touching it. What I'm gonna do, right? Because it's tempting. It's tempting. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. And I gotta go get some more water. I don't trust it yet. I'm not touching EVGO. SPCE. You know, SPC is doing really good. You know, you had not the greatest earnings, a little bit of a mixed reaction, and today it's just breaking back above 20 bucks. And we're just seeing a little bit of action. So what I would be doing is, as long as SPCE, you know, we can bounce off that $20.95 mark. So right around $20.90, decent support for a decent little bounce. And we have a nice little gap to fill here on SPCE up towards around 22. And then, you know, again, 23, and then potentially up towards around 24. It's pretty easy. Every dollar to the upside. Looking to see if this one can stay above that post-market high right around $20.95 here on SPCE. So you have my interest, SPCE. Danny, I like it. Just bought some PayPal. It's beaten down, right? Again, when a stock is beaten down, and you still believe in it long term and you want to own it, then yeah, it's never a bad time to get involved. Never a bad time to get involved. Let me go fill up my water cup. I'll be right back, guys. All right. So right now, guys, SPCE, definitely watching that one. I think that's, one that has some okay potential. Just looking to see where it's going to find some support at. Netflix just isn't happening. We can take that off our intraday watch list. Home Depot, I still think HD's is a good short. I mean, it came up to that 373, almost 375. And if it goes red on the day, I actually may take this for a, green to red move for that short on HD that, I did like. So, I still see the potential that it has to the downside here on Home Depot. So just curious. Just curious to see if we have any some action coming on up here on HD. At least down into yesterday's lows of maybe like 368. And then I still have that lower target at like 364 there on HD. So let's keep that one on watch here. Nvidia starting to get a decent little bounce. Right now, it's back above that 312, 314 level. That's the level that we need to see that stay above. Very, very choppy market. PayPal, definitely not a bad idea to start buying a little bit of that. We may see the SPY reverse here momentarily. Right, you may start to see the S&P reverse here if it stays above that 466.52 level. If it comes back below that 466.52, guys, we have some nice room to the downside, and we need to see it reverse. We need to see the markets pull back a little bit, and let's see if we can see it pull back here. Yeah, wasn't ready yet, in my opinion, on EVGO. So right now, EVGO support down towards around 1509. We can go ahead and just readjust this this trend line here on EVGO. Run it off the body. No, we'll run it off those wicks right there. We'll run it off the top. So again, we're just looking for the higher low here. That's it. We're looking for the nice higher low. And we're looking for this to break the downtrend. Easily room to the VWAP and then all your prior highs. So after the VWAP, you'd be looking for a 1750-ish sell target right around, actually I would call it maybe right around like 1726 and then up towards around that open at 1768. And right now, let's see if we can stay above that 1583 for the higher low. So again, right now is the time that you may want to get interested in EVGO for that long, guys. EVGO. Again, coming into the break of the downtrend. 1, 2, 3. Potentially point number 4. Breaking that, putting in that higher high. Again, you have some room to VWAP. 1726 in the open, right around 1768. Here on EVGO for a possible break of this downtrend coming on up, guys. Still waiting. I am not long on EVGO. PETZ. That one's getting some action towards it. What level did we say it needed to stay above? 528. It never cracked below 528. It's ripping around a little bit. Just momentum. Just traders are desperate basically to get something going. Traders are just absolutely desperate to get something going. So $7 pullback right now on PETZ. I'm watching EVGO here for a possible break of this downtrend. So still nothing yet on EVGO, guys. Still need to be patient. Right now, I mean, yeah, the stock just ripped and broke out to the upside. Broke over that 695. Just taking on off. The stock just went from $6.75 to almost $8 without pulling back. Are you really going to touch this right now without it pulling back? Probably not. Probably not. So with that being said, wait for the stock to pull back down towards around that $7 level, okay, guys? That's where you want to be in at. Pull back $7. I personally like EVGO. I think EVGO has a lot of decent potential, you know, to break that downtrend. So let's see if we can get something going here on EVGO. Let's see if it's actually going to break the downtrend. Let's see if it's actually going to break the downtrend. If not, cracking below 1575, you could flip short on it if you wanted to. You could flip short and take it to the short side. But let's see. Right now, it has a decent little long setup. You're finding support, quick little double bottom, trying to get a break of the downtrend. And again, you have room back up to like 1640, first target on EVGO here. Like, this is the point that you'd want to really start breaking out. I'm long on EVGO, guys. If we crack below 1575, I will flip short. So I'm long for the break of the downtrend. If we do not break the downtrend, we start looking weak, I will flip short for the crack of 1575. Right now, we got to start breaking this downtrend. Got to break without any issues. Need to start breaking. I'm in at 1605. Catherine, you want me to sell so it goes up? You want me to sell it, Catherine, so it actually goes up? I got you. I got you guys. I sell my position so it moves up for you. See, Catherine says, yes. Do it, Josh. Do it. Sell it so it goes up. I love it. So I have 500 shares. Right around 1605. I'm going to try and ride this as long as I can. Again, small size, breathing room, right? What I say, smaller size, some breathing room. So right now, small size and some breathing room. So let's see. Is a good setup actually going to work out? Is a good technical setup with criteria being met to the T actually going to play out? Actually going to work out? Or is it going to be a false move? And is it going to dump on down? I don't know. This market... I am not confident with anything lately. How do you tell when it's unhalted? You will see orders on the time and sales. You will see orders on the time and sales. Gringo Loco, HCZ, look at the time and sales. You'll see orders going through. That is a live stock. There we go. Now it's starting to get a little bit of action. So breaking over that high, 1640, right? That's key level. We got to get the higher high. Could be a nice little reversal. Easily up towards the VWAP. 1726, 1768. See it up towards around 1811. I mean, there's definitely a good amount of resistance along this leg up, but Let's see how patient I can be with EVGO. Again, patience, breathing room, small size. Let's see if we can take this back up to 19 bucks. I'm just curious. See, this is what I'm talking about. Go look at PPSI. Seriously, like Chris or somebody that's been in the market for like 3 years. Why in the world, let's be real, why in the world would PPSI just pop up $1 and get halted? Like, why in the world, just out of nowhere, no volume, very choppy, and then wha-bam, halted to the upside? That's random. It's very random, right? I understand PETZ, right? PETZ, just because it was trending higher, it was slow, steady, nice grind, boom, it broke out, right? Broke out. PETZ makes sense, right? But if you go look at PPSI, like, just random, right? Just random. Doing nothing, la, 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 boom, boom, out of nowhere. It's like the market is more like this than it is, you know, consistent maybe trades like we're on right now with like EVGO, right? And even EVGO just isn't getting that pop, right? Good news on EVGO. EVGO has a credible reason to be moving. It's trading decent volume. The last couple of days it's been moving up really nice. Overall, you would think EVGO would be the one where traders are at, not on, you know, PPSI. Yeah. So right now it's 10:30, guys. It is 10:30. Again, small size, breathing room. That's what I'm doing right now. Small size and breathing room. I'm still in on EVGO. I'm not out yet. I'm still holding. So I'm still in on EVGO. I'm still holding this at a 1605 cost basis. And looking to see how high this bad boy can go. So what time is it? It's 10:30. In about 15-20 minutes, I'll be jumping off the mic and getting the call set up with Mr. Kenneth. Right now, looking at this, I'm going to have to put stops right around 1605. Hey, that's my cost basis. That's cool. I can put a stop right at break even on this. That's a perfect stop for EVGO. If it doesn't break over 1640 here momentarily, it definitely could reverse, like Catherine's saying, maybe a little bit of a double top. But I also see this higher low potential breakout to get this reversal going. So I do see a little bit of both. I see a potential double top. I see this potential 9 EMA hold, this higher low for a quick break over that 1640 to get this reversal going up towards around the VWAP and then maybe higher. Again, right now stops underneath that low, and that low is 1606. My entry, my cost basis is 1605. Taking a little bit of profit, not liking the price action. I'm out. I am out. I say screw it. Like, if it was going to go, it should have already went, right? In my honest opinion, If it was going to go, you should have already seen it try and go. I'm out. I'm just out of it. I'm not super crazy about the market. And now that I got out, it's going to go, guys. All right? Now that I got out, if you guys are still in, it's going to go. You are welcome. I got you guys. I love you guys. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? Ah. PETZ. PPSI is live out of the halt. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch PPSI right now. PETZ. You know, that's gonna pull back. PPSI, I think it just got a big red candle. Yeah, it's looking a little iffy right now. It's pretty random. I wouldn't be chasing that one, guys. Everybody's saying PETZ. Guys think it's gonna go to 10. Well, as long as it doesn't drop below 811 on PETZ, yeah, it definitely has some great potential. So again, you got like the halt area was right around like 811 was the halt level there on PETZ, right around 811. So right now, as long as it holds above that 813-ish, 811 mark, we could definitely start to see PETZ starting to get some action to the upside here. Over 850 should bring in a little bit of hype. You would think over 850 can definitely bring in a little bit of action here on PETZ. Just waiting above 811. Let's see if 811 is going to hold on up. 811, 813-ish. PETZ. Right now it looks weak and it's starting to crack and fall on off here a little bit. There it goes. Is it really moving on EVGO? Okay. I'm going to take a quick 2 minutes, guys. I'm literally frustrated. I'm not going to lie. I am very fucking frustrated right now. You can see the real side of me, right? I'm really pissed off. So I'm going to take 2 seconds. It happens, right? We're human. Every now and then we get aggravated. It's an emotion, right? I can express it, and I'm real. I'm transparent. I'm really pissed off right now. So I'm going to go grab a drink of water. I'll be right back, guys. Ron says, I know why you are Alpha, not Omega. Why? Oh, because I got pissed? Because I got mad? Hey, and I took my phone with me and I was talking, the TikTok, and it's like, it's not the fact that I'm down $7.99. Like, I will show you my P&L. I have nothing to hide. I am down $800. That's nothing, right? Like, I can afford to lose like 2-3 grand a day. Like, this is fine, right? This is fine. I'm not mad because I'm down. I'm mad because, and I'm pissed because, like, I don't know, man. It's like small caps are just choppy. That's all I'm going to say. And that's the last time I say it. Small caps are choppy. Like, I may end up just focusing more on these large cap, mid cap plays where I've made most of my money the last couple months. 80% of my profits have been larger price stocks. 20% of my profits have been small caps. 100% of my losses, I'm going to be real, 100% of my losses seem to come from penny stocks. So it's okay to be mad. Take a breather. That's exactly what I did. I got up, walked out, took a breather. It's okay. Is Snapchat recovering nice? You guys like pissing me off? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm like, do you guys like making Josh mad? Is Snapchat really recovering? Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's fun. Your chair had an Omega symbol. Oh, it does. Yeah. Alpha and Omega. Snap up trending. Man. All right, here in a minute, I'm going to have to send a Zoom link over to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kenneth. The no boss, he's punching the air. Wah, 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 uppercut. Punch in the air. Josh says, thanks for getting out. We love you. There it goes. What's the P&L on the day? I'm down $7.99. Catherine's in Snapchat because of me and she's green. Hey, as long as you guys are making money. I have two options. Option one, I don't trade anymore. Option two, I shut down Alpha Day Trading and I just focus on trading by myself. Which option's it gonna be? Do I just stop trading, right? And focus on the team? Or I just say, team, you're on your own now. I'm going back to trading. Oh, man. Anyway, it is 10:44. 10:44. Harry says, like, don't you dare. And I think someone just told me, please tell me I'm not the only one losing today. Literally, I tell you, like, I know a lot of great traders. 6- and 7-figure traders. Like, I've been in the game for a long time. I just got a text from another 6-figure trader. I'm sorry. Tell me why am I the only one losing money today? Literally, he just texted me. What did he say? He said, please tell me I'm not the only one losing money today. Dude, you're not. It's me too. People that have been doing this for a long time, it's like, fuck, this is challenging. Oh man. Let me see how we're gonna do this. Let me end this live stream on TikTok. Let me send my man a link real quick. For the Zoom. I gotta get Zoom open real quick. So we're getting Mr. Kenneth on a call for our meeting. So give me 1 second. Let me get signed in real quick and make sure I can get him a link. Alrighties, so we're all set, ready to rock, baby! Let me go ahead and I'm going to start this meeting real quick, guys. Bear with me. We have about 13 minutes to go until we get Mr. Kenneth on the mic. I love it, J-Dub. Didn't like the market. J-Dub saying I didn't like the market, so I did not take any trades on the day. I love it. I love it. And I'm going to have to shut my my webcam off, and we will be all set. So we're good. Fantastic. Sorry, guys. This is new to me, so I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going to place everything, how we're going to get everything set on up. All right, so LAZR really hasn't done much today. We can take that off watch. ATER, maybe trying to bounce here a little bit. INO, I would take that off watch as well. QUBT, I would get that off your watch list for now as well. Still just kind of looking at NAKD. Still considering EVGO. We do have BIGC rocking and rolling again. This stock was one that I was looking at last week and never got an entry on it. PETZ is kind of just rolling on over a little bit. OCGN is getting some action to the upside a little bit. But like I said, I mean, I would only short OCGN. I wouldn't think about going long. And right now, I'm still not too crazy about the long on OCGN. SAVA. Just not really doing anything. No volume. CAR, I don't even know why that's still on the watch list. NEGG definitely needs to be on watch for tomorrow, guys. NEGG looks really nice for a mid-candle breakout formation. Lucid, Neo, nothing right now with Lucid or Neo. CRTX has been done for a while. FCEL definitely should be kept on watch. BB, still think that one should be kept on watch. OTRK, nope. All right, right now, just trying to get everything set up for you guys. Everything seems to be bleeding red today. Indeed. So is NEGG a good buy now? No, NEGG I would not say is a good buy right now, but we want to keep this one on watch to see how it closes on out. Now, if it closes on out above that 50 and ideally above $15, this would be a really decent setup for a possible mid-candle breakout. So I'm not saying it's a good buy right now, but definitely coming to the end of the day, looking at this one tonight and tomorrow morning has a lot of great potential to be a nice mid-candle breakout formation there on NEGG. But again, to answer that question, I don't think it's a good buy right now at this point in time. I would be a little bit more patient. He said PETZ is going bye-bye. PETZ is slowly fading. Definitely slowly fading there a little bit. PPSI is kind of just sitting sideways as well. It's consolidating. It can break out of this consolidation to the upside, back up towards around $9. And then you're looking right around $10 there over on PPSI. So again, we're just looking to see like 12 o'clock. 12:30 is when we saw stocks ripping and running yesterday, right? Ripping and running. So right now, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Is maybe we get some like 12:30, 1 o'clock action. PSTV was just absolute garbage today. INVZ not doing anything. EVGO was a really nice break of the downtrend right up the VWAP. So absolutely, you guys are welcome. 100%. You guys are more than welcome for me getting out of that trade there. NAKD, I really don't think it's going to happen, guys, right now. I mean, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen. But we're keeping on watch because still a dollar break. It could definitely, take on off here a little bit. And then ATR. I do need to grab my jacket. It is cold in here. Ugh. All right, we're all set. I don't know why it's so cold in here. It's Florida, Josh. It's 75 outside. That's like short weather. No. Jeans and hoodies. Jeans and hoodies. Charles locking in $1,000 on EVGO. Good stuff. Good work. That would have been my P&L as well if I would have held the damn thing. So I got to get out of the being a price action trader. Like, that's how I trade, is price action. And when I start to see something I don't like, I get out. And 80% of the time, they fade and fall. 80% of the time when I get out now based on price action, the thing still rips and runs. So I need to get out of the habit of just looking at price action to determine premature exits on some of these trades, like EVGO. Prime example on one that I should have held on to a little bit longer, despite the price action and kind of what I was thinking that was going to happen. It was one that took on off and the technicals were still intact, right? Again, another one would be like HD. Price action got me out, but overall it still looks good to the downside. So again, I'm more of a price action trader. Definitely looking, maybe that's one of those small change up, is I need to get out of the habit of just really focused on, the price action alone, because the price actions, really what's not making all that much sense. So SPCE, again, as far as like really good setup, definitely not like a really good setup or anything like that on SPCE. HD still looks like a good short. I had to get out of HD. And I tried to grab the halt strategy on PETZ and just ended up taking a loss there. So right now it's fun day. Fun day. So we should be making some progress here in a moment, guys. I may mute myself, but then we're all set, ready to rock and roll, okay? So I may mute myself for a couple minutes just to make sure we have everything set up and prepared. And then as soon as we're ready, guys, we'll be on the mic and we'll be rocking and rolling. I'll be right back with you guys.
it over on Josh's end. Is there like a link or somewhere where we can tell these people to go? Or is it... Great. Perfect.
Chats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, J-Dub, Yared, everybody in chat, can we get the audio from Kenneth? Is everything set up good? Can you guys hear everything?
Can everyone hear me? Is there any weird feedback on Josh's end or on TikTok? What do they all say?
We'll bring that chat window over.
There it is. A little echo.
A little echo? Okay, I know exactly why the echo's coming in. So let me do that. So what I'm going to do, guys, is anytime that Kenneth is speaking, I'm going to mute myself. So you're going to be able to hear him and him only. And when we have those dead spaces and when we're, discussing things and whatnot, I'll still make sure that my mic is shut off. So when he is speaking, you don't have that feedback. So right now, let's go ahead and do this. I still think there's definitely some feedback, it looks like. This is my first time doing this, guys. First time doing this, so we'll figure it out.
I mean, I've never done I've never done like a Zoom and a TikTok. So everyone on my TikTok is saying it sounds good. Okay.
But they'll still be able to hear you inside of the chat. Can you hear me?
Yes, but now on TikTok there's a little buzz, but I don't think it's too bad. What do you guys think in the TikTok? Anyone? Sound good? Sound bad? Sounds good. All right.
Sounds good. Perfect. And so what I can go ahead and do
Thank you.
is see my voice being picked up on your end. So it's going to do that. So guys, inside of chat, is the echo gone now? We all set? We good? Welcome. Sounds good.
Sounds good. All right.
All right, cool. Let me bring Mr. Kenneth over. Ladies and gentlemen, inside of chat, especially Catherine and TikTok Mom, the moment you guys have been waiting for, Mr. Kenneth with Trade, Invest, Simplify. Let's start by thanking him for taking time out of his day to join us to talk a little bit about investing, because as you guys know, Kenneth has been investing for a very long time, probably since before I was born. Not saying he's old, I'd say I'm young. I'm really young. So, he brings a lot of value to the table and a lot of insight and expertise, in my opinion, when it comes to investing, swing trading, and then come to find out he day trades as well. So I think this would be a great opportunity, not just for members inside of chat, but everybody here on TikTok right now, just to have someone that really focuses on day trading and purely technical analysis, as well as someone like Kenneth that knows more about some fundamental analysis, the economy, investing, good investment choices, what are dividends, how do they work, just to provide this value and this education to the trading community to help you guys out and hopefully steer you guys in the right direction, to not make a lot of the mistakes that I've personally made over my 8 years of trading, guys. So
right on. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. And hello to everyone who doesn't know who I am, and hello to everyone on TikTok. Just so you guys on TikTok know, this is for Josh's channel, so I'm not going to really be responding to any questions over on TikTok. If you want to follow him, though, hit that follow, Alpha Day Trade. He's also on YouTube.
YouTube, we are streaming this live right now. So everybody, Catherine's happy, TikTok Mom's happy, and again, thank you so much for your time.
And thanks to Angel. Is Angel saying that I was the first person they followed on TikTok?
Yeah, so Angel, saying the first person I started following on TikTok for trading. Yeah.
Thank you. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Anybody else? Anybody else in chat?
Wow.
Catherine, that's Catherine. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Catherine. Okay. Very cool.
All right, guys, cool. So again, any questions you have, we'll try and hold the questions maybe towards the end. We definitely want to be considerate of you, Kenneth, or is it Ken? Is it Ken?
Either one, just not Kenny. I just don't like Kenny.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Because it's like Joshua for me, Joshua, and everybody calls me Joshua. I'm like, you can call me Josh. It's
Yeah.
okay. But yeah, we definitely save those questions for the end. We want to be considerate of this time. But I would say let's start with maybe a little bit of a background, maybe for those of you or for us that maybe don't know you and your story. You know, how long have you been investing? What got you into it in the first place? And kind of like that, I guess, that why factor. What really drove your motivation to learn how to trade stocks?
Sure. Actually, I just had this weird memory the other day of, I always talk about like my first two stocks that I invested in being WWE because I'm a big wrestling fan. When I was around 14, they went public in like 1999. And then Apple. But I had this memory the other day of actually sitting at a McDonald's with my mom when I was a little kid. I was like a fat little kid and I loved McDonald's. And we would go to McDonald's once a week for like after school snack. And my mom was like, you know, if you really like McDonald's, you should invest in this company. And I must have been like 8, you know, I was like, what's that? And she was like, you can own McDonald's. And that was just like, I can own a McDonald's. And so that's really like the first like taste that I had with investing. And then WWE later in the 90s, and then Apple in 2003. And my whole like investing approach is to basically just buy what I know and I use and I love, which isn't always the best option. You know, just because you love a company doesn't mean it necessarily equals a great investment.
Right.
But in my cases with McDonald's and Apple, definitely, and WWE took a really long time for it to be a worthwhile investment, but eventually
it still paid off. Absolutely.
Yeah, paid off. Yeah.
Cool, man.
So that's kind of it. And my grandma was a big investor. I remember I would like be sitting on the couch at her house and, you know, we'd be talking about whatever. And then the news would come on. And the stock market guy would come on and be like, all right, now for the update on Wall Street. My grandma would like tell me to shush. So, you know, yeah, you know, like, and I was like, oh, this, like, if it's important to my grandma, what is this? So it's just like my whole family has always been heavy investors and it's just something I picked up on.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, because my family, they weren't really big into, you know, investing or anything like that. And so I always ask, you know, how come, you know, as maybe a kid, I wasn't, you know, educated by you guys on, you know, the financial markets and investing and thinking long term, right? Because they weren't educated, right? It was just simply lack of education. They thought that you just go to school, you get your degree, you go work a 9 to 5, you put your money into a 401k, you get your Social Security, and that's it. And it's just a lack of education, as well as, you know, probably a little bit of, you know, them being scared too. It's like, okay, well, I have $1,000. What if I put it into this stock and then I lose it? But at the same time, you know, buying liabilities and materialistic items that they're wasting that money on anyway. So, you know, I always ask my dad and, you know, my mom, like, how come you never invested in, you know, technology companies back in, you know, the late 90s, early 2000s, like Apple, like maybe Facebook when it came about and stuff like that. It was lack of education, point blank period. So that's why I do what I do. And I know that's why, you know, Ken is on his channel with all the content, is just to educate you guys on, you know, proper investing, which is just absolutely awesome. So it's also cool to hear that you really kind of have the same approach that I guess I have with, I just buy stocks from companies that I actually buy a service or product from, to keep it really, really easy. And like you said, they may not all work out, but for the most part, you know, if I, as an individual, buy from Apple and I know everybody else in the world is buying from Apple, that to me makes me confident that this is a company that can be here in 10, 20, 30 years and continue to grow year after year after year.
Right. And, you know, back to what you were saying about like why people don't invest, and the fear factor that comes into it. Everyone has that uncle who lost everything in the stock market, right? Everyone's got that person they know who lost everything on a trade gone wrong. But the difference is that it's a trade gone wrong, or they were being reckless, or they were throwing all their money into something stupid and they didn't have a strategy or an exit plan or anything like that. And it's just that fear that like the uncle lost everything. But what did he lose it in? Like, what was he investing in? Why didn't he get out when it started to drop? Like, we don't talk about it.
Right. Was he diversified a little bit? Did he put all of his eggs in one basket, or did he separate it, you know, 10, 20 different stocks that still had good potential? So
right. Yeah. So that's,
absolutely.
I think that's where the fear comes from, is not having the education and not knowing a lot about it, and also hearing these stories of people who've gotten crushed, you know.
Absolutely. Well, I don't have the uncle that lost everything in the market. I just
Okay.
have the parents that weren't educated to where I wasn't
Right.
educated until,
Sure.
I decided to take that leap of faith and educate myself because, and it all, I guess, stems from, we all have why factors, in my opinion. Like, what's the why? What's your why? Well, as Ken knows with me, it's really my family, my wife, my daughter. I have something here that, is my desire, is my motivation to give them the life in the future that, I didn't have growing up, right? I'm not saying I grew up like bad or anything like that. I didn't realize I was poor growing up because we always had a good life, I feel like. But now looking back, we were very poor, right? And I want to be able to have that freedom to spend with my family, right? That's my why, to see my daughter grow up and spend time with the wife, and also take care of them financially as well, not just today, tomorrow, but in 10 years, 30 years, 100 years when I'm dead. And then my daughter's taking care of my grandkids, everything like that. So do you have a different, like, not a different, but do you have a why, like your why, besides, I know you kind of mentioned with your grandma always saying, hey, you can own McDonald's, definitely get into it, and that kind of sparked your interest. But is there more of an underlying, like, why that drives that motivation that kept you going, through that trading career? Because I'm sure you had a lot of ups and downs, like a lot of traders do.
Well, yeah. So the whole reason that I like to invest is that it gives you a little protection against the rocky times as a trader, right? Like, I've got all my money in my long-term, really solid companies. So when we have these rocky periods, especially if it's a prolonged rocky period, I know I've got some investments there that can help keep me afloat. But my real why is because I don't want to work a regular job. I don't want a 9 to 5. I worked in the restaurant industry for many years, which I loved. And then I moved into the fitness industry, and they tried to get me to do membership sales, which I would have really been good at, and I really wanted to do. But when I started talking to all the membership consultants at my gym, they were like they were just exhausted, overworked. They were treated really poorly. They would come downstairs at the end of the day just looking so defeated. And I was like, man, do I really want to do this? Like, they look so exhausted. And I would talk to them, and it was just deadlines, quotas. They would have meetings multiple times a day. They'd be insulted by the manager for not selling hard enough or being aggressive enough. And I was just like, oh man, I can't do this. And they would run off every salesperson they had. They would work, they would drive them into the ground, and then they would quit and they would go somewhere else. And yeah, they didn't. The guy in TikTok Mom in your comments is saying they didn't own their own life. I remember this one time the sales guy didn't hit his quota, and the manager was like, you can't go home until you hit your quota. And you have like one more sale, you cannot leave until you hit it. And the manager called every hour until midnight, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11, 12. Did he hit a sale? Did he hit a sale? And I'd say no. And I'd hand the phone to the guy, and I could hear the manager through the phone yelling at him. And the guy was like, look, man, it's like 11:30. No one's coming in to the gym to join now. Can I please go home? And he was like, you can't go home until you hit your last sale. And I was just like, I can't do this. I loved investing. I had my investments. I didn't really know much about trading, except that there were these guys at my gym who were older, and they would trade these penny stocks. And I didn't know at the time that they were just they were treating it like a lottery ticket. They'd buy 100 shares. It would go to zero. Who cares? Because it was nothing. I thought, this is my ticket out of here. These guys are going to give me some tip on a penny stock that's going to rocket, and I'm going to make $1 million. So I would go home, and I was living at home too. So I didn't have rent or mortgage or anything hanging over me. So I had all this money in the bank, and I was like, this is what I'm going to do with that money. I'm going to put it into these penny stocks. They're going to 10X, and I'm going to make $1 million or whatever. And I started losing money like left and right, just on every trade, big money too, like 80% losses.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what? Like, nobody was telling me, cut your losses, don't put in more than
Risk management. Yeah.
Risk management. Nobody was telling us anything about that. So I was just getting crushed. And I thought, like, and a lot of people would just give up, and they would say, well, stock trading isn't for me, I'm not very good at it, and they would leave. But I was like, man, if I could be on the other side of these trades, if I'm down 10% or 20%, someone's up 20%. I just have to figure out how to be on the winning side of these trades. And so I read a couple books. They're in my link tree if anyone's following me. I read a couple books and I started trading with a very small amount of money, and realized that if I could be good at this, that could be my way out of the 9 to 5 life or the minimum wage job life. Um, and that's my why right now, is because I don't want to work a regular job. I don't want to be micromanaged. I don't want to have a boss yelling at me. I don't want to put on a tie and sit in traffic and commute to an office. It's
Right,
the
and have
freedom.
to ask, hey, can I take vacation? Or like me, hey, can I go to my daughter's first birthday party? Right? So,
Right.
you know, which is, it's crazy. It is the freedom, 100%. It's the freedom and just feeling like you're actually in control of your life, and not that you have another entity or another person actually controlling your happiness, right? And again, it stems from just wanting to be happy and at peace and everything like that. And like TikTok mom said, you know, didn't own their life 100%, which is you know, it was true.
It's the freedom for me. It's not only, you know, not only is it the freedom to work from wherever I want, you know, which we can obviously do. I mean, despite, you know, like not right now, maybe with COVID, but it's also the freedom to not do anything for a couple days if I don't want to, or I can focus on TikTok and making content on TikTok if I want to. I have that freedom. I can take a day off if I want to. I don't have to go to my boss and, like you said, hey, can I please get Friday? I'm tired. I'm run down. I want to go on a road trip. It's the freedom for me.
I love that, man. I really like the story, and you know what really drives you, what drove you, and what still, you know, does drive you. And again, I think everybody can safely say it stems from freedom, whether that's, you know, financial freedom to have more money to have nicer things in life if that's what you like, or just the freedom to have more time with family and just to enjoy things that, you know, I would say that God put here. I'm religious. I'm not sure if you are, but to enjoy these things, you know. So you know, which is just absolutely amazing, is just it really stems from that freedom. So love the backstory. I love the, you know, the what motivated you and what was your why. I always like to ask everybody, what's your why? And I think that everybody that's listening today, everybody on YouTube, everybody inside of chat, and everybody here on TikTok, is before you start trading stocks, in my opinion, or getting into this space, you really have to ask yourself, what is your why? I've seen a lot of traders fail, and I'm sure Ken's seen a lot of traders fail as well, because they have the wrong why. They want to get rich overnight. They want to make $1 million on one stock. They want to just make a lot of money to go buy a Ferrari. You know, that right there, that why, just it puts you in the wrong mindset when approaching stocks, and you're always going to be after it for money, 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 money. And that mindset alone, from my experience, impacts your success as a trader. You know, with that mindset of money, 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 because I just want to buy things, you know, I ended up losing all my money until I really looked at myself and really just dug deep. Like, what is really my why? It's the freedom. It's my family. You know, like Ken said, it's just in control of your life, not being micromanaged, being your own boss. Once you really figure out what your why is, and you can envision that, you know, that life that you desire and that why, and that's going to fuel your fire, basically, you're, in my opinion, going to have more odds of success in the market if you can really hone in on what that why is. And so that's what I would say to any new investor or any new trader, is really try and figure out what your why is and hone in on that, and use that to fuel your fire to create your success with, you know, investing or trading stocks.
Right.
So,
and, you know, I think part of the problem with apps like TikTok, or social media in general, is a lot of people come on and they brag about their big, huge wins, and then try to push, like, I mean, there's nothing obviously wrong with selling a course, but they'll say, like, I made all this money on a trade, you can too, buy my course. And people get attracted to that fast money.
instant gratification. Yeah.
Yeah, instant. And there's no strategy behind. They just see it, they see the money and they go, well, I want it. But a lot of these people, I mean, the reason I like you is because you're honest. You have a lot of videos on how much you lose. Even today, you were telling me you were down a lot. That's part of trading. A lot of people on these apps, they say, like, I never lose money, I'm always up. And you can too, and buy my course. And people have this get rich quick mentality. Nobody's sitting there like easing them in slowly. I mean, you are, but a lot of people don't. They don't ease them in slowly. They don't say, hey, start with some investments, start slowly, maybe paper trade, just put in a little bit. They get caught up in, I'm going to make so much money. Then they lose money and they leave and they quit. And not only that, but they walk away from investing too, which
100%.
really
They just walk away
concerns me.
completely because they
Yeah.
come in with 10 grand, they lose it in a month, and they're done because, like you said, no one really sets the right expectations. That's how I would sum that up: is the expectations are not being set correctly because of social media and everybody. It's a get rich quick thing, and how to become a millionaire, overnight. And that's what I love about you. That's what I love about Ashton Nolan. That's what I love about Connor with Options Trading Daily, is just very transparent, very honest, setting those right expectations, regardless if the viewer behind the screen doesn't agree, doesn't like it. But that's reality. That's those expectations that need to be set. And overall, that's how we're going to see more successful individuals lasting longer in the market versus that statistic being 95% of traders fail. And the reason for that is those expectations not being set correctly. So I love that a lot. 100%.
It's also why I always say to start as an investor first, because trading might not be for you. You might find out that you don't like it, or it makes you too nervous, or you would rather do something else with your time. But everyone should have investments. I really believe everyone should be invested in something, whether it's real estate or crypto or dividend stocks, whatever. You should. And people, they don't have any investments. They jump right into trading. Like you said, they lose everything and they walk away and go, this isn't for me. So I always say start the opposite. Start with investments, then move into some swing trading if you want to. Then you can go day trading and options and crypto and all that stuff is towards the end.
And so, as our community primarily 99.9% are day traders. So with that being said, that definitely we should be mindful about investing. Maybe some of us got into it initially for the wrong reasons. Like me, I want instant gratification money, and that's just something that I stuck with day trading. And maybe I've lacked the knowledge of learning how to swing trade, or maybe I lack the knowledge with investing. And I know this is where you really bring that value to the table as well, as someone that's been investing, like you said, since like maybe 8 with McDonald's, or even back in the early 2000s. So one of my couple questions that I have, and I work with the team as well, is obviously how long you've been investing and why. I guess the next question that I think a lot of people have inside of chat, YouTube, and maybe on TikTok is, how do you pick your investments?
So usually the first thing I think about is what do I see? Oops, did I lose you?
I lost you on TikTok. Oh, I got you back now.
But I lost you on Zoom.
Oh, did I?
No?
I'm still here on Zoom. I still have you.
How come I don't have the what did I do wrong? Did I do something?
Oh no. So I'm looking inside a chat, and we still have you. You can't see me though.
I can't. That's so weird. I can see me. I just can't see you or your chat. What happened here? That's so weird.
Very great. I think that alternative would maybe be YouTube, because I'm streaming on YouTube and you can see the screen there. Or since I still have you here on YouTube and inside the chat, I can just read off any questions if we have any to you.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's just stay here. I can see you in like this little mini screen on my computer. It's so odd. I don't know why it's doing that. But that's all right. Whatever. I can still see you. I just can't read any of the comments anymore. What was your question? I lost track.
It's all good. So the question being, how do you pick your investments? They know how I pick mine, but how do you really go about picking yours?
Right. So it all kind of just started with Apple. As in 2003, I noticed all my friends were getting these Apple gift cards. Everyone was getting iTunes gift cards or iPods or computers, laptops, and stuff like that. And I just really was looking around, and I was like, everyone has this. And I called my mom's stockbroker, and I was like, I want stock in Apple. And he was like, you're wasting your money. Forget it. Don't buy it. Nobody wants music on a computer. They want to hold their tapes and records and stuff. And I was just like, I didn't know back then how to advocate and like stick up for myself and say like, no, look, here's what this company is doing. They're a disruptor. Their profits are up and all that. But I really just, it was noticing that all my friends had this one product that was that kind of shift for me, where I started thinking in terms of investments for everything, right? Not just like, oh, this is a cool product, but can I invest in this? And that was like, so after Apple, I moved into Facebook because I was using it all the time, and it was just another one of those examples of, this is something that I use all the time. I should invest in it. And at the time, I didn't really know how to go over like balance sheets. Since people are watching this on YouTube, I do have a YouTube channel as well. I have a lot of walkthrough videos on how to go over a balance sheet, how to go over an earnings report, for anyone who wants to learn more about that. But I really started reading these. I got a book on investing. I read that book, and I really started to learn how, debt always isn't bad, especially. And I just started putting all this stuff together. And, you can run screeners to find stocks. But for me, I just like to look around and see what people are using.
No, I love that a lot. And I think, something that we can think maybe future, right, is, seeing everybody using iPods with Apple, and then everybody using Facebook, the platform. I would say maybe up and coming is a lot of people are going to be, everybody is going to be using electric vehicles. Everybody's going to be driving electric vehicles, and they're going to need to charge maybe these electric vehicles. Could that be a up and coming market disruptor, I guess, kind of like, Apple, Facebook?
So it's funny you mentioned that, because I just put up a video last night. I was kind of preparing for our interview here today, and I started thinking in terms of disruptors and like, what are some other disruptors? What what can we learn from our past mistakes? Like people always go like, hey, you didn't get it, you didn't buy the thing, stop crying about it, move on. But I like to think like, what can I learn from that mistake? Like I goofed by not buying Chipotle in 2008, even though it was on my list. I played it safe. I bought Caterpillar, I bought Toyota, I bought all the other safe investments. I missed out on the disruptor, on the big growth company that was coming, because I thought you play it safe with your investments. And so I looked at Chipotle and I was like, it's still kind of new. I don't know. Do people want to spend, $12 for a burrito? I don't know. And it was a mistake to not buy that. So instead of sitting there and crying about it, like, how can I use that mistake to learn and go forward and change the way I think about my investments? So what's the next thing that's going to come through and disrupt? And I think cryptocurrency. I think cannabis could be huge, and electric vehicles. So I
100%.
actually posted a TikTok about it last night, talking about what the next disruptors could be. And people in the comments were like, "Oh, you're a little late, buddy. Like Tesla's been around for years." And it's like, yeah, but it's also still at its infancy. Like a lot of these electric vehicle companies are still brand new, and there's the technology. Maybe the mining, people don't like the lithium mining, or they think it takes a lot of energy right now. But like people tend to forget that like we're at the very beginning of this stuff. Like the technology will improve, the science will improve, all this stuff will improve, which will only make it more appealing as an investor. And once these charging stations start popping up all over the country, right now they tend to be primarily in cities, or in the suburbs, like around the cities. So I definitely think you have to look around. Like really, I know it sounds kind of like I'm making it easier than it is. It's like, just look around, but sometimes investing really is as easy as looking around. Like you walk into Chipotle, there's a line out the door every day,
All the time.
even if you don't like their food, or you think it's too salty, or it's not that great. Like doesn't
Maybe it's
matter.
undercooked and it gives you E. coli
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
Yeah, or there are like rats falling from the ceiling. But that's actually a really good point. Like you have to take those like short-term scary stories as buying opportunities, because they're gonna fix it, right? Chipotle's not stupid. They're gonna fix it, and you're gonna forget about it. It's like the airlines, like they dragged some guy off a flight a couple of years ago, and people were like, "I'm never gonna fly United again," and they got so mad. And it's like, well, wait a minute, like this is when you should be buying.
Right, because when Christmas rolls around, they're gonna be flying again.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I absolutely think it sometimes can be as easy as just looking around. I mean, look, if you really wanted to overcomplicate investing, you could sit down and you could comb through every balance sheet. You could comb through all the earnings. You could comb through all of the stuff, looking for companies that are undervalued and have potential growth. And that's fine. A lot of people do that. or you can just buy the stuff that's like the tried and true stuff, like the stuff that's been around forever, Procter and Gamble's and Johnson and Johnson and these, Verizon, these big companies like that, or brands that you know and use that are kind of on the upswing. Like I did with Apple, like I did with Facebook, like I didn't do but should have done with Chipotle. And you can do a little of both. Like, frankly, like we don't know which company is going to be the one that rules the future. Right now, I did that video on TikTok about the electric vehicles, and everyone in the comments was like, well, is it going to be Fisker? Is it going to be Lucid? Is it going to be Neo? Is it going to be, which one's it going to be? And that can tend to overcomplicate things, or people can tend to put all of their money in one that they personally think is going to be the winner, and they could be wrong. So, you've got a whole approach here. Like one option is to buy an ETF, which is like a basket of stocks, and they have ETFs that are sector specific. So you can just jump on Google and type in electric vehicle ETFs.
And find the ETF that tracks, the top 5, 10, 50, companies that are in that sector for EV. Yeah.
And you can just buy that if you don't want to go through every balance sheet. And, oh, look, this one has too much debt. And, oh, look, this one has revenues that are slowing down. And, or you can, if you want, you can buy a little of each on your own and have make your own little ETF, like your own little basket of stocks. You can have like I do. I have Tesla, I have Fisker, I have Lucid, I have ChargePoint, I have Blink. Like I have my own little ETF. It's not really an ETF, but
the way that you've structured it in your portfolio, it's like your own little basket, like an ETF of the stocks that you think have the best potential to perform the best in years to come.
Right, and you might be wrong about some of them. So it really comes down to your personal preference. How involved do you want to be? A lot of people don't really want to be too involved because they've got kids, they've got work, they've got family, they've got a social life going on. They don't really want to sit there and comb through all these financial reports, reading every analyst report. They just want to buy an ETF and move on.
And some just hope that it moves 7 to 10% on average a year, just like the S&P. We did a little study last week, and even if you would have just dollar cost averaged into the S&P ETF over the past 20 years, since early 2000s, and you just allocated the max into like an IRA, which is I think $6,000 per year, which is $500 per month. If you would have just done that over the past 20 years, your initial investment of $180,000 would have grew to well over $1.2 million. And that's a great example of, maybe you don't want to get too invested, like Ken said, or put that much time into it, but you still want to get invested. You still want to be able to take advantage of the market growing, which it's always going to do, like it always has, is go pick an ETF, such as the SPY or maybe the Qs or whatever the case is. And at least it's an easier way, but you still get that nice consistent growth, that nice average return, which I think we tracked about 10% is what the S&P has averaged per year over the last 20 years. Again, less than a $200,000 contribution, well over $1.2 million in just that 20-year span, just buying one ETF, and that being the SPY.
Right. So it really does come down to personal preference, and you can do both. I notice on TikTok a lot of the time I have people will say like, should I do ETFs or should I do individual? Like, it doesn't have to be an or. I have my growth stocks, I have my dividend stocks that are boring. They never go anywhere. They have a dividend of like 4%, whatever. I have my ETFs, I have my my crypto. Like, you can have everything. Like, when it comes to investing, there isn't a one side, like you have to do this, it has to be one way or the other. That's like the whole point of diversified portfolio, is that you can have a little of everything. You can put the majority of your money in the boring ETF, and then, hey, you like this electric vehicle, or you like that charging company, or you like that cannabis stock, or you like
that
cryptocurrency. Go buy it. Maybe you buy a little less, because the reality is a lot of these companies and a lot of these cryptos might not be around 10 years from now. Maybe they'll fail. Maybe they'll get bought out. Maybe they'll merge. Maybe they'll restructure.
Which is basically like what 80% of the technology companies back in the early 2000s, getting bought out, merging, or just simply going bankrupt.
Right. Yeah. So you have options. That's what I like. I mean, if we're talking about like stock trading, it's a little like you can still have options and you can have different things to try. But I find that investing, you can be more diversified. When it comes to trading, people tend to overcomplicate it. They add too many strategies. They add too many. You feel that way too, where they're like, well, I want to do this and that and this and that, and then they end up never
100%. They never just hone in and focus on one thing and perfect that skill set and master that before moving on to the next thing. They want to be a professional swing trader, day trader, investor, crypto trader, crypto investor, Forex, futures, before, really just honing in on one. And like you said, your recommendation is start with investing, kind of hone in that skill set and perfect that, and then maybe transition into swing trading, transition into, day trading. Versus trying to do everything and be a master at everything. Be a master at one thing and perfect that, and then I would say add to your tool belt. That's what I always say, my analogy. Always add to your tool belt little by little as you grow as a trader.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, because people tend to get overwhelmed. I mean, there's a lot to do, especially in the world of trading. Swing trading, day trading, options, Forex, currency, crypto. There's so much that you can do. You can buy puts, you can buy calls,
debit spreads, credit spreads, iron condors. My goodness, we can go on for days.
Yeah, there's so much that people, and I always say, like, at least for my followers, like, if my approach doesn't work for you, that's okay. Like, it doesn't have to. I'm not out here trying to force, like, everyone has to be a swing trader and everyone has to do what I do. If you don't like my approach, maybe you like Josh. And if you don't like day trading, or you don't have the time to day trade, maybe you like options. Maybe you like, there's so many options when it comes to trading. So I feel bad when people, like, it can be very overwhelming.
Absolutely, and it's crazy because you're taking almost every word out of my mouth that I preach every single day inside a chat. It's, KISS. We say KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Try and keep it as easy and as simple as possible. Try not to overcomplicate things. And also, try and learn from other people. Maybe you're a better investor than you are a day trader. Maybe you're better at swing trading. Maybe you just, maybe a different day trader can teach you better. Maybe you mesh better with that person. But always explore those options. Never just focus, and just try to day trade and just that's all that you're going to try. And if it's not working, maybe, like you said, branch out. Maybe try swing trading. Maybe try to invest. Maybe try, options. And that's why I always talk highly about you and Ashton and Connor and some of these other really good creators that really want to help other people succeed, in my opinion. And we all have our own, I would say, like, skill set and our own way of trading and investing that, Catherine may learn better from you than me, or someone else, may learn better from Ashton, or whatever the case is. So Catherine's saying, don't try alert services. Yeah. So she's like, just don't try that. If you do anything out there, just don't try an alert service. Find someone that you can learn from, that you feel is honest, transparent, that's going to allow you to learn from their successes, and their, failures as well. And,
it's kind of like diversifying your teachers too, right? Like, it's not, you don't just have a diversified stock portfolio, but you can have a diversified set of
investors and traders. Yeah, because, like, you go to college, there's not one professor that's great at teaching you everything. You have like 10 different professors because they are experienced in their own little niche, right? And the same thing with, a lot of, creators and investors and traders is we all have our own way of trading that works for us, and our own way of educating, like me and penny stocks, right? Not so much futures and options, but 80% like small cap penny stocks as a day trader. So definitely explore, definitely diversify in that aspect as well. And you may come to find out that you're a better swing trader than day trader. And that's what it's about for me anyway, is if you're not really, you're not confident that you're gonna be the best day trader, and you're like, I want to try swing trading. Well, go check out Ashton. Go follow Ashton and give him a shot and see if he can teach you how to properly swing trade. You want to learn options? Definitely go follow Connor. You want to learn how to invest, swing trade, and just have some fun? Go follow Ken, right? Because his content is hilarious. It's fun. But yeah, I absolutely love that. Like he said, a couple things. And again, I want to be conservative of your time. Is keep it very simple. It could be as easy as buying an ETF, or it could be, trying to find a basket of stocks within the same sector, right? Like he was saying, like EV sector with charging companies, or even like the automakers making these electric vehicles, maybe cannabis stocks. And then another thing that I saw in chat as well is, anything that has to do with the metaverse, right? So I know that's another very far-fetched idea of a digital universe. But in my opinion, it's not really an if it's going to happen. It's a when. I think we just need to allow technology to catch up. But I do think that's something that is going to be a reality. So some things that I'm considering are NFT related stocks, right? Augmented reality and virtual reality related stocks, and then even crypto related stocks, and then cryptocurrency themselves. And that's how I'm kind of prepared for maybe like the whole metaverse idea, kind of like we're seeing now with, EV, and kind of like we're seeing with maybe some cannabis stocks. So I don't know your thoughts on that. Maybe that's for another time, but that's kind of where my interest is leaning towards as well to this day as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways also to play the whole metaverse thing too, right? Because there's the technology side of it, there's the crypto side of it, there's
the NFT side of it.
The NFT side of it. There's, I guess, hosting the internet. How much data is this going to take up? Like what sort of hosting? I don't really know a lot about like computers in that sense, but like how much power is this going to take to power these things? Like there's a lot of different ways to play this. Like cannabis. Or let's do electric vehicles. It's not just about the electric vehicle. It's about the battery. It's about the mining. It's there are so many different ways to play these things. The manufacturers, tire. Like who makes the tire? Like there's so many things that play into this. It's not just the one thing like the car. Hi Kelly.
Do you have to run?
No. I'm talking to the TikTok people. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm here for a while, but yeah, and then there's different companies too. Facebook isn't the only one who's going to do this. Are there going to be metaverses on every how annoying is this going to get, right? Like, oh, I'm on the Facebook metaverse. Oh, you're on Apple. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I'll have to get on the Apple metaverse. So
come to the Snapchat metaverse real quick, right?
Yeah, like how many are there going to be? Is there going to be a metaverse for every social media company? Is Microsoft going to have one? Like how complicated is this going to get, or how annoying is this going to be? Is it going to be like Android versus iPhone? Like, oh, I can't do that. I have an Android. Or, oh, is this going to be available? Yeah. Hey, when's this metaverse going to be available on Android? Probably like the augmented reality, like you were saying, the virtual reality glasses, maybe watches, maybe cell phone. Like there's so many ways that this could, thank you for the coffee. I'm getting things on TikTok. Yeah, and by the way, for everyone who's on TikTok, go give Josh a follow. And for anyone who is wondering why I'm looking this way, it's because we're doing a Zoom thing.
Yeah, we're doing a Zoom, guys. And then same thing, vice versa. So if you are following me, go give Kenneth a follow as well. Trade Invest Simplify, and check out his YouTube channel. What's the name of your YouTube channel?
It's just my name. It's youtube.com/Kenneth Suna. SUNA.
Okay, cool, awesome.
And the link is in the bio. But yeah, there's just going to be so many ways to play it, and you can invest if it's like cryptocurrency. If you don't want to invest in the actual crypto, you can buy the companies like Coinbase. You can buy their mining stocks. I can't remember the one right now, but there's a mining stock that someone maybe in my TikTok will know. There's a lot of ways to play this, and I think we're also at the infancy. So it's like the electric vehicles. Whenever someone comes out and goes, well, it's the technology, it sucks, or it's bad, or whatever, like people need to chill. Like this is right at the very beginning of the ground floor thing. So there are going to be companies like like Facebook. I'm sure Apple is going to do it. The big companies. There are going to be smaller companies too that pop up, and it's the same as the electric vehicles. Like you can buy the Teslas and the Ford who's getting into the electric vehicle space. And you can buy the big charging stations, but there are smaller ones, right? Fisker, Lucid, Neo. There are smaller plays. There's a lot of ways to spread it out. You can take a chance on some smaller, as the metaverse stuff starts to become more of a, I don't know, I was going to say reality, but it's not, you know what I mean? As it starts to become more of a thing, there's going to be a lot of smaller companies out there that maybe can pop up and disrupt. Someone in my thing said, what's going to be the disruptor for the metaverse? Which one is it going to be? I don't know.
Like you said, it's still really, really early to kind of even get an idea of, what company that could be. And that's why I'm like, I know Warren Buffett says diverse killer. I think is that his saying, like diversification is a killer. I love diversification because like you said, like why put your eggs in one basket when you could really go out there and just try and, say like 10 different AR stock, augmented reality stocks, 10 different NFT stocks, 10 different, you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket and you can diversify. And another thing too, that I like to do is I like to have a safer portfolio, like my safer, slower, steadier movers that aren't as volatile or as risky, like, you know, for instance, like Apple or Facebook and stuff like that. But I also have a riskier portfolio, right? More speculative, I guess. You know, stocks that could be obsolete in a year or two. And I like to kind of separate in that aspect as well, not just the different stocks that I'm investing in, but even like my portfolios, my different IRAs, my different long-term accounts, is having a risky one and a safer investment account. Maybe one that's just packed full of ETFs, for instance, mutual funds.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I totally love that approach. I do something kind of similar, you know. I mean, I have the majority of my money in the safe, boring stuff. I have a little bit in the more speculative, and then I have a really small amount in the stuff that, you know, I'm sure is going to go nowhere. But hey, you know,
if it does, it does. Yeah.
Right. And if it does, it does. And if I lose everything, then I'm not. I think so many people, like we were talking about earlier, get into this. I want to get really rich really fast, and I want to find that one little thing that's going to explode because someone else on TikTok said they did it with a different company. So I want to now do it for myself. But that guy maybe got lucky. You know, maybe it was dumb luck. Like I was trading Kodak. I was just trading it before the whole Kodak thing happened. It was total dumb luck. And I could come out and I could lie and say, well, I knew, or I had a hunch, or I had this feeling, or I was reading somewhere, or someone told me, and lie about it. But it was just dumb luck. And, you know, I can come out and say it all over TikTok, and then someone else is going to be like, oh man, I want to do that. And they go and they throw all their money into something that's garbage, and then they get wiped out. And they buy Dogecoin at 70 cents, and it's 25 cents now, and they get crushed. And maybe they hold it forever and it comes back, or maybe they sold and took a huge loss.
But during that time, it could be a year, 2 years, they're stuck owning that one company and missing out on maybe another 20, 30, 40, you know, opportunities.
Right, absolutely. And yeah, like while it's taking all that time for it to come back, it might, you know, who knows? Dogecoin could be $1 in 2 years, or it could be zero. Nobody knows. It might, and it might not. But in the meantime, you have no access to the. You might as well have 100% loss because you have no access to that money. You know.
I couldn't agree more. It's kind of like my bad decision on Peloton, right? You know, Peloton, bad earnings. I didn't put everything in there, but I put a good chunk of change. I put about $6,000 in there, wanting to scale in, and you know, it was just poor analysis, poor, you know, research on my part. Which I still like Peloton. I think it'll definitely recover, especially coming around the holidays as sales pick up, everything like that. I think we'll have a better earnings, you know, 3 months from now. But even like that is, you know, I do have a good percentage of my portfolio tied up in one stock. And it's down. I mean, I could sell that for a loss and move into something else that I think has better opportunity. But at the same time, that defies the whole purpose of an investment, right? An investment is you're thinking long term. You're not buying and selling. You're averaging in. And then when you're up substantially in profit, it's never a bad idea to maybe trim profit. And that's kind of what I do. So I'm not sure if you do this, but let's say you're performing really, really well on a select few stocks within your portfolio. Do you trim profit and allocate some of those gains into some of your underperforming stocks that you still like long term? You know, how do you do that?
Yeah, or I'll put them into something else. Like if something, let's say I bought a stock and it was crushing it for a really long time, and then it just went kind of stagnant or sideways. Maybe it's not going down, but it's not going up either, and it's just kind of trading sideways. I will often take some of that and look around at what's growing in my portfolio, what's going up, and I'll add more to that. So I'll take from something that's maybe, you know, not performing as well as it used to, but I still want to own it. I still really like it, and I'll take half and I'll go and put that money and I'll divide it up. Maybe I'll put some in Bitcoin. Maybe I'll put some in Ford. You know, Ford was a stock just like you were talking about with Peloton. I was a long-term investor in that stock. And some people will say like, oh, well, look at all the money you wasted by not selling and getting into something else. But with Ford, it was a company I really believed in and thought that as the electric vehicle thing picks up, Ford's going to get in it. They're not stupid. They want a part of it too. And they're going to dominate that sector because they have the brand, they have the money, and they have the outreach, right? They have, like, it's a brand that people know. If you're going to get an electric vehicle, are you going to get Ford, or are you going to get some small, you know, Fisker, or, you know, a Tesla? I mean, there are videos of people with their Teslas. They say they're terrible because the batteries are so heavy that the suspension just gets shot. and they're expensive. So like you just have to. But so anyway, with Ford, for me, I bought a lot. They had a great dividend a really long time ago. They cut their dividend. The Ford stock got crushed, but it was a company I really believed in. So I was taking profits from my other companies and putting it into Ford at a much lower price point. So I was averaging way down. So even though I was buying Ford in the 18s years ago, when it dropped to 5, because it's a company I liked and I believed in, I loaded up. So I averaged down so much that I'm up like 45% right now. And I'm not even, and I'm not, it's only just up a little bit from what I paid, but because I bought so much when it was in the 5s and 6s and 7s, but that's like what we were talking about. When it's a company you really like and you believe in, you do want to be a long-term investor.
And I would like to definitely add to that too, is because I know a lot of us, and I can speak from experience, is companies that we believe in, that we want to be long-term investors, we cannot look at that day-to-day P&L. We cannot be emotional because in reality, your typical investor, maybe just beginning, let's say use Ken's example, having a cost basis of $18 on Ford, it going down to 5. Maybe their emotions are heightened. Maybe they're thinking more emotionally instead of logically, long-term investment perspective. And now they're starting to make irrational decisions, closing their positions, taking losses, when in reality, when you first entered that trade, it was not a trade, it was an investment. And when you have an investment, you really don't have an exit strategy. You trim profits, but you're always adding to it. So one thing that I would add to that is, if you say right now today, like, yes, Ford is something I want to invest in, and I would like to own this 10, 20, 30 years, don't let your emotions play a factor and start making different decisions than you initially planned, as far as maybe closing your position altogether and taking a loss when initially you wanted to be an investor.
Right. Absolutely. I see that so frequently now. And I was going to ask you, as someone who has investments but also has trades, do you ever look at your trades? Do you ever look at your investments and want to take those profits because you have that trader mentality? Is that?
I think so, because I started off as a day trader. And so I still have just, from the ground up, the foundations built on a day trader mindset. So absolutely, is every now and then I'll look at, some of my long-term investments, and if I'm up substantially, sometimes I want to close out the position altogether. But I've gotten a lot better and more consistent with trimming my profits versus closing out and reallocating some of those profits to some of my investments that aren't performing the best. And I just kind of move money around, but I never close out those positions. But I will attest to, if I'm down substantially in an investment, sometimes I want to close it, because that's that trader mentality of risk management. Don't hold it till it goes to zero. Don't be a back holder. But again, it's not a trade. It's an investment. And these are companies that I believe that maybe not tomorrow, next month, next year, but 5, 10 years, as long as I continue to do what I'm supposed to do. The easiest investment strategy out there known to man is the dollar cost averaging strategy, where you just take a set amount of money and you allocate that into your investments. Every single month you come in and you just buy. And that's what you do month after month after month, and you get a very nice cost basis. So you're not too concerned about, short-term price movements. You're really just focused on that long-term, bigger picture. So yes, to answer your question, it used to be bad. 3 years ago when I first really started investing, because my uncle convinced me to, hey, take some of your short-term day trading profits and allocate that into your long-term investments. Kind of a little bit of a hedge, I guess. It's, you're managing your risk, and you're able to take some of those short-term profits in the long term. My trader mindset was really bad the first year. I was trading my long-term investments, but since then I've gotten a lot better with managing my long-term investments.
Yeah, that's another thing that I definitely do, is I take some of my profits. I mean, obviously we have bills and stuff, but anything left over, I always make sure to put a little into my investments every month, just like you would with a regular job, right? You work your 9 to 5 job, you pay off your bills, your debts, whatever, and then some of that should go into your investments. I use my trades to build up my investment, because that's really where the long-term wealth is made, is through these compounding investments, growth stocks and stuff like that. I mean, personally, I don't make an unbelievable amount per trade. I make more on my investments than I do on my trades. It might be different for you. It might be different for everyone. But for me, I tend to get out of my swing trades a little bit quicker and take that money and put it into my long-term investments and build that up. So that's sort of my approach as well.
And that's what I've been doing, over the last couple of years since I was, convinced to again take some of those short-term profits and reinvest those because I never did that before. I would continue to grow my account bigger with day trading, take the money out, live on it. But at the same time, I'm missing all this opportunity, not really thinking 10, 20 years down the road. I'm thinking, today, this month, next month, this year. And so I've gotten a lot better at that. And I actually, apply the 50, 30, 20 rule. I'm not sure if that's something, I'm sure you do. They didn't teach us this in high school or anything. So the 50, 30, 20, 50% of your income goes to, bills. It's living, your food, your gas, your groceries, your expenses. They say 30% is for fun and 20% is for your investments, but I flip those. I think 30% of your income should be into long-term investments. And then the other 20% should be for fun, right? If fun to you is gambling, go to a casino and gamble. Buy a couple penny stocks and have fun. Go to the beach, take a trip, right? 20% of your income should be for fun. You shouldn't always be so tied down and not, enjoying life and having the freedom and having fun. But that 30%, definitely, in my opinion, 30% of your monthly income should be, invested. And you should diversify that. Like, for instance, you can't allocate more than, say, $6,000 a year into your typical IRA. So what do you do if you have more money to invest? Maybe it's just opening up just an individual account, right? Not an IRA, an individual, and maybe allocating that way because there's no cap. There's no tax benefits, but there's no cap. Maybe get into real estate, cryptocurrency, things like that. So it's always, trying to take a good chunk of your income and always try to invest that into, assets, whether that's, an asset like a stock or whether that's a cash flow asset like, real estate. Or something like that. I completely lost my train of thought and where I was going with that. But yeah, the 50, 30, 20 rule, that's what I call it, is if you make 10 grand a month, after you pay taxes, you should definitely take about 30% of that income and 100% invest that for the long term, even if it's something safe, even if it's something, just not risky whatsoever, like an ETF, like the SPY. You definitely need to start somewhere, and I think that's the easiest way to get started in the market without, overwhelming yourself or overcomplicating things.
Right. I do think people tend to overcomplicate this stuff with investing. So often people say like, well, I don't know, where do I find these stocks? What do I buy? And like we were talking about earlier, just buy what you know. Just buy what you know. I mean, it's not always the greatest strategy, but in a lot of ways it can be. Or buy what you see. But, if you see a line outside of Starbucks every day, if you see a line outside Chipotle, if you see Teslas everywhere, if you see everyone is obsessed with a new product or an app or something like that, find out who owns it. That might be a worthwhile investment, might be. And Beth, someone in my chat, is asking how long I typically hold a swing trade for. It ranges based on what the markets are doing. It ranges on how I feel about the company, how the technical analysis looks, how the charts look. It can be anywhere from a few days to it can be anywhere from a few days to months, really, if it's a company that I believe in and think has potential. On the other hand, if it's months of just sideways, then I feel like I'm wasting my money and I want to get out and put it into something else. So it really depends on a lot of different factors.
And so, this is good stuff, guys. So, I mean, I'm enjoying this a lot. I'm sure you guys in chat and on YouTube and on TikTok, what's up, guys, are enjoying this. I would ask one last question before maybe we dive into like Q&A and ask some, answer some questions for everybody that's currently watching. Is if you had maybe like 3 tips, just your top 3 tips that you could give to any brand new investor coming into the stock market, what do you think those 3 tips would be?
My 3 tips would be start. So as an investor, I would say start with just a broad market ETF, something boring, something safe, just to learn how the markets work. Then move into stuff like the more large cap stocks, the more secure and safe stuff, and then finally throw in a little bit into the risky stuff if you feel compelled, if you want to. But there's no pressure. You find out what works best for you. This is your money. Like, it's so important to remember, like, this is your hard-earned money. You earned this. Please, like, don't feel like just because someone on TikTok goes hard into some really risky penny stock, that you have to follow their lead. I would just say pace yourself. That would be the most important thing I would say. So boring stuff, like an ETF, individual stocks, and then maybe some riskier stuff as well if you want. And by the way, the large cap stuff can be crypto now too, right? It can be the Bitcoins and the Ethereums. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to just be the stocks. You don't have to just pigeonhole yourself into only stocks, only dividends. There's a lot of stuff to invest in. You could buy Bitcoin, you could buy Ethereum, you could buy some other sort of investment, maybe real estate, maybe a boat if you live in Tampa, that you could rent out,
maybe.
you know.
So I love it. What I took from it is, keep it simple, right? Keep it very simple. Keep it boring. A lot of people say that, when you're having too much fun trading, you're going to start losing money. Trading's supposed to be boring, I guess. And then, just get started. And that's, where a lot of people, where they miss the opportunities, they just do not get started in the first place. So you just have to make the decision and say, yes, I'm going to start today. I make X amount of money per month. I don't have an abundance of money, but I know I can allocate something today, and it's going to be something in the future that's going to set me up for retirement, maybe my kids and my grandkids up for a great future as well. So you have to make that decision to just actually say yes and actually, start.
It'll also change your mindset too. Once you start, you'll start looking at all the things that you spend money on, and you'll, look, like we were saying, you have to live your life. You have to do what you like. You have to spend some money on things that bring you joy. But it will also change the way that you look at investing, because you'll look at something and you go, man, I would really like that pair of shoes or that pocketbook or that new watch or whatever. But maybe I want to put it into my investments instead, and living a little bit below your means so you can have a more secure future. So many people say like, yeah, but you could get hit by a bus tomorrow and it's all over. So like YOLO and live your life. Yeah, but what if you don't get hit by a bus? What if you are 90 years old and you have to go to an assisted living facility?
Right. Yeah.
Like
what if?
So,
and I can attest to that. Living within and below your means, I 100% attest to that. I would rather take the money that I work really hard for and turn it into more money, right? I mean, I think we all can say, yes, we want to take $1 and make it 2 and make it 4 and make it 8. But if you're spending that money on, liabilities, materialistic things, you're never going to see, growth and return on that income. And I can attest to that. I had the worst spending habit when I was in the car business. I was making $150,000 a year selling cars, and it was a great life, but I was buying rims for my car. I was putting exhaust systems on the car, and it got to the point where the income started slowing down because I was focused so much on trading stocks and learning that I was losing money because I wasn't selling cars, but I still had this very bad mindset and a very bad habit with spending, to where we got to the point where we almost had to file bankruptcy. Because it was just to the point where our cards were maxed out. We were on spending sprees. And I look back to this day, this is 4 years ago, and I'm like, if I would have just taken all that money that I spent on random things, that's a lot of money. That's $30,000, $40,000 when you start adding it up over a few years. It's insane. Now, what would that $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 be today if I would have, say, just averaged into my crypto investments in 2016, 2017? If I would have just averaged into stocks like Apple and Facebook and AMD and Nvidia, it would probably be well over $100,000 in just the last 3 to 4 years, which is insane. But I can say that from experiences. I've been that person to spend a lot, and when I look back at it, I'm like, that wasn't the best decision whatsoever. The best decision is to make smarter choices, and like Ken said, is just get started and start investing some of that money. You have to be mindful in the moment of is this Louis Vuitton purse really going to help me out 10 years from now, or is it like that instant gratification that makes me happy? It may make you happy, but your first decision needs to be setting yourself up for the future for success. And then take some of that play money, right? That 20% for fun, after you've already paid your bills, after you paid your taxes, after you've made your investments, setting yourself up 20, 30 years from now. Then take what you have left, then go do something with it. Buy that Louis Vuitton bag, go buy the new shoes, go out for a nice vacation. That's when you can make those decisions. But definitely investing should always come first.
Yeah, the problem, I think, is that so many people, they want to, not only do they want to look rich, but it makes them feel better. It improves their sense of self. But everything has to be special. and then nothing becomes special. Like you're filling a void, right? So it has to be the
Absolutely.
nice shoes, the nice watches, the nice handbags, the nice cars, the nice electronics, the nice gadgets and tech, and then you have nothing. Like I prefer to switch it around. So the few things that I have that really bring me joy, really bring me joy. I'm not filling a void and going, oh, I'm sad, I'm going to buy this. Oh, I'm sad, I'm going to buy that. Because I know that I'm putting so much aside for my future.
Absolutely.
Then when it is time to buy something that I really want, it really does make me happy.
And
it
you feel
isn't
better
just
about the
like
decision, yeah.
And you feel better, and you feel better. You don't beat yourself up because, man, where did all my money go? Oh, there. And it's all stuff that ends up in the closet too. You know, it's most of the stuff that we buy ends up in the closet that we never use. But when you change your mindset, that one item that you buy it's not just a quick, you know, oh, I feel good, oh, I feel sad again, because you've saved, you've been smart, and it was an item that you bought with like intention. You like really sought to buy that thing.
And you prepared to buy that. It wasn't a sporadic, spur of the moment decision. It was a, you know, well thought out, like I would like this, so let me prepare and plan to be able to buy this. So it's more meaningful, you know, like you said.
More meaningful. Yeah.
And, you know, I'm a big fan of Gary Vee. I love Gary Vee. A lot of people don't like him, but he says all the time, people go broke trying to look rich. And he's absolutely right. People will completely break themselves just trying to impress other people. Like, who do you have really to impress at the end of the day?
Nobody really even cares.
No. At the end of the day, no one cares if you have a nice car.
It's all internal. It's all internal. It's all about themselves. They want to look rich to people who don't even notice them.
They don't notice them, right? Exactly. Right. So do not go broke, ladies and gentlemen, trying to look rich. It's not worth it. Yeah. It's not worth it.
And I have a comment in here from someone who follows me, Rogue Idaho. She says, thanks to you guys, I had my first big win this morning.
Nice. Awesome. Congratulations. Yeah. Now, the thing is, you got to keep on hold on to it. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't give it back.
Yeah.
And I got a couple things. I'm loving this. Some good tips. Two of the best. So everybody's definitely loving this. So appreciate you guys for, tuning in. And I would say, I think it's a good time if you guys have any questions, for me, for Ken, anything that, we can do to, help you guys out. Again, I'm all about pointing you guys in the right direction, trying to steer you in the right direction so you don't make a lot of the same mistakes that I made as a new trader. Losing a lot of money, almost quitting, and, never having that opportunity to make that back. So, and I definitely know that Ken has a lot of value and a lot of stuff to share with you guys too. So any questions that we have, we'll start with, if we see any questions inside of chats over on YouTube, TikTok, feel free to shoot them, guys. S. Carby, great stuff. Thank you for being here, Steve. So I do have a couple inside of chat, so I want to go back and make sure that I'm doing these in order.
I don't know what I did to my screen on your thing, but I still can't. It's like let me see if I can show you guys what I'm dealing with over here. How do I flip this? Where's the flip?
I can do a flip. I can do a back flip.
Can you?
No.
No, there's a way that I should be able to flip this video, but it's not letting me.
It's not letting you do
I'll just do what my mom does. When I FaceTime my mom and she wants to show me something, she turns the camera around. So this is what I'm working with.
So that's what you see right now?
Yeah, I see this like mini screen.
Oh, the mini screen.
Yeah, it used to be the whole screen, and then something happened and it shrunk. So
maybe that's why Zoom is falling in price, because their technologies go, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Well, I'll make sure we're more prepared for the next time we may do this and see if we can, because I know there's some echoes too over on YouTube, I guess.
Yes.
So Catherine has one. Catherine, you were definitely amped up and hyped up about this. So if you are swinging a stock, how much do the fundamentals of a company come into play?
Almost zero, unless I think it's going to be a long-term swing trade, or if I think, for example, like they might have really positive earnings. So one of the things that I do before I swing trade any stock is I look to see when their earnings are, because their earnings can be really volatile. You can look up right now. The ticker symbol is AMRS. Amiris is a stock I was trading. Their earnings came out yesterday, and the stock got hammered. I usually don't trade into earnings, which is why I was kind of getting out of the majority of my shares in that stock leading into earnings, because earnings just are too volatile and they're too unpredictable. I kept some, unfortunately. Now I'm sitting on a pretty big loss. but I always look to see when earnings are before I enter a swing trade. Um, Trading into earnings can sometimes be okay because it has that hype, like, oh, are they going to beat earnings? If it's a very quick swing trade, then you can do that. If it's a company that you believe because you've studied their fundamentals and their earnings over the past several quarters, and you really think for whatever reason that they're going to beat earnings, then I would look at the fundamentals. I would look at the earnings, and that would play into my decision whether or not to swing trade it. But usually I don't. Josh and I were talking yesterday. Some of the time when I enter a swing trade, I don't even know what the company does. You know, I don't know what they make or what they sell or where they're based out of or if they have debt or revenues that are really strong. It's all about the charts for me for the majority of the time.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, same here. Like 95% of my trading, whether that's day trading, swinging, not really investing. Investing, I don't really look at the charts unless it's
Right.
really at a discount. I'm like, hey, it's just a good buying opportunity. It's down 15, 20%. I'm going to buy some more. But yeah, 99% of, really everything is the charts, right? Swing trading and day trading. So that was a good question. What about TikTok? What broker do you recommend to trade with? So I recommend, I love TD Ameritrade, guys, personally. It's a great starting platform, and but you can't go wrong with Webull either. Webull's not terrible. A little bit more user friendly, not as advanced. Like TD. There's a lot, but I say it's the OG. It's been around the longest, and it's definitely a good starting platform in my opinion.
Yeah. On my end, from Beth, she says, how long until you felt like you were consistently profitable as a swing trader? I started in 2011, so Obama's second term, and the markets were still really strong. So right away, which is cool, but it can also give you a bit of an ego problem too. When you start trading in a really strong bull market, you think you're the greatest ever.
Absolutely.
And that's what happened to me. I started in 2011, and I was profitable right away. And at first, I thought like, oh, it's beginner's luck. I just got lucky. Nope, it kept going. I don't think I had a losing trade for months. Just everything was up, and I really thought I was like I'm the greatest stock trader ever. Look at like
Here comes my first million. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like I'm just gonna keep crushing it forever because I just know what I'm doing. It took me a while, and then when I started having some losses, I was like, oh, maybe I'm not so good. But it was right away. So if you are trading and you're new in a bull market, just keep that in mind that it could be you could really know what you're doing, but it could also be the markets at the time.
Absolutely.
And if you're starting during a really choppy market, don't let that discourage you either, because what we were also talking about yesterday before we hopped on here is that just because I'm doing really well one month doesn't mean all traders are. You might be killing it, I might be getting crushed. So that's kind of the downside to social media, is that there are so many content creators who are like, I'm killing it, and I'm making all this money all the time. And you, the new trader, are sitting there going like, well, I'm not. So it's important to remind people, like, you might have a great month. I'm having, like, right now, not a great month. October, 100% loss on every trade that I had was a loss. I didn't make any money last month. I lost like $1,800 or something, 1,600 on the month, no profits. So, but then you'll see other traders who just completely kill it. So don't let that discourage you either. And that's also why it's important to kind of start small when you're new.
Yeah, definitely starting small. And the other thing is never compare where you're at and your success to others. Compete with yourself. I mean, that's the only person you should be competing with is going to be yourself at the end of the day. Because like you said, last month I had a losing month as well. $3,800 was the loss. A lot of outside distractions. The market wasn't very generous at the same time. And even this month, I'm kind of right around break even. I'm up like maybe $500 for the month of November. But the beautiful thing about that is I'm not really concerned of where I am today. I'm concerned where I close out my month and where I close out my quarter and my year. Because we have to look at, if we are day trading, right? We can't, it's an average. You can't look at it as a day-to-day, a week-to-week. If you start doing that and really like, I got to make $2,500 this week, I have to make it or I'm not hitting my goal, you're going to start making really bad decisions. It's got to be a big average.
You said that, because a lot of people will say like, what's your daily goal? I don't personally set daily goals. Maybe a monthly goal, because I know what bills I have to pay. So I know I need at least a certain amount to cover my condo fees and my insurance and stuff like that. But setting daily goals, I'm concerned that setting daily goals would make you too impulsive and too reckless, because
100%.
you set a goal and now you have to stick to it. And sometimes it's just not there. Like there's not always going to be a winning trade.
I can't tell you how many times, me personally, I've had, a 2-week losing streak, but managing my risk really well, not down a lot, and then boom, the next week, I completely dig myself out of the hole, and I've exceeded my monthly goal. And, a monthly goal can break down to a daily goal. So if I would say, if you're focused on like a daily number, you should be focused on a daily amount where you're done for the day. Like if you lose $200, you're walking away, you're done trading. So you don't dig a $800 hole, a $1,600 hole. And then daily targets, because I can't tell you how many times I've hit my goal. I've been up $500-600 at noon, and then I walk away down $100 at the end of the day. So if you're going to focus on any kind of daily number, it should be your max loss when you walk away and a profit target when you walk away as well.
Sure, completely agree.
Can Kenneth comment on how the market has changed over the years, whereby 10 years ago, a good quarterly earnings release may move a stock 1 to 2%. Now, it may move a stock very significantly. Looking for comments on how and why the evolution of the market over the last 10 years, specifically around earnings.
I think a lot of it has to do with this new fleet of retail investors and traders, right? Like everyone's, I've never seen so many people interested in the stock market in my life. That's really why I started this a couple years ago. I had so many friends coming to me because when the President Trump is on every day saying new highs, new highs, new highs, people listen and they go, well, should I be getting into this? I had so many people coming to me, just friends of mine who are like, you're a trader, right? You're an investor, right? Can you teach me? Can you teach me? And I think that has a lot to do with it. I think it's kind of like a renewed interest in the stock market, and just how I've noticed a change over the years. It's way more volatile than it used to be, and that could just be because of all the big money stepping in now and all the new money stepping in now from these new retail traders. It could just be how markets evolve and change. There's never one set market, which is another thing that I talk about is why you need to have a couple different strategies because markets are always evolving. So like for me, swing trading worked until it didn't, and then I had to day trade. And if we're in a slower market or a bear market, maybe I want to be buying some more puts or shorting some stocks. So you always have to. You can't just have your one method because when things change, what are you going to do? You kill it through a bull market and then everything changes. Now what?
And I would like to hit on that too is, always having, those tools in your tool belt, different strategies. Maybe it's different ways of trading one particular market. Maybe it's different markets that you trade, whether that's maybe the futures market, maybe it's options. And I can attest to that too is because, I just honed in on my strategy, something that's made me a consistent, 6 figures. In just this year, the last 6 months, I've realized my strategy isn't as consistent as it's been the last 2.5 years. And I'm still doing the same thing over and over and over. And it's like, beating a dead horse, expecting it to revive, expecting different results. Well, you have to change with the market. The market is like the weather, right? It's sunny one day, it's ice cold the next. And you have to be willing to adapt to that, even, your strategy alone. And that's something that me, as someone that's been trading for 7 years, almost 8 years, is having to do now, because over the last 3 years, my strategy has been working fantastically. The last 6 months, I've seen more choppiness and more inconsistent growth with my account than I have. And so again, I do have to start making those changes. So yeah.
You change as you have to. And I feel more of a desire to have to be able to change too, because what's the alternative for me? It would be going back out and getting a 9-to-5 job, which I really would prefer to not have to do.
Exactly.
So you have to also kind of plan for this stuff in advance, because we know markets change. We know they change from time to time and they fluctuate. So you need to have, like you said earlier, like at your tool belt, you need to have a lot of stuff at your disposal just in case everything switches. Like for me, I was swing trading and then I jumped over into day trading because swing trading wasn't working for me anymore. And someone else in my comments is saying, do you think it's due to so much data available to buy the news and sell on earnings? Yeah, there's a lot of data. There's a lot of information out there now, way more than there used to be. I mean, there's 1,000 different apps. I just a company reached out to me. I'm actually doing some promotional videos for them. The app is called Inveszo, and I mean, I always say to people, like when I take on a sponsored thing, I only take on what I use or what I already know. So when they reached out to me and they were like, "Do you want to do this?" I was like, "Let me download the app first and see if it's garbage or if I actually like it." And it's actually a really cool app because it has real news, but it also has the social news, right? It has like the top stuff trending on Reddit, and it's all in one place.
Nice.
And I like that. But to the point here, there is so much data. There's a million different apps. There's a million different websites. There's a million different social media people, all with their own opinions. And it can drive markets up. Obviously, if you have a million followers and you talk about a stock or something, it can rocket. So yeah, definitely.
And that's what I would say too, is in my opinion, is why I think, you know, these penny stocks, small caps, are a little less consistent, more choppy lately, is you do have an abundance of newer retail traders entering the markets. They tend to trade, you know, the cheaper priced stocks when they're moving. And, you know, without proper education, you know, you can kind of see a little bit of, you know, randomness. You're buying randomly, you're selling randomly. And that's why you really don't see those consistent moves and those consistent setups that we've been used to for the past 2-3 years, is, again, the abundance of newer traders hitting the market. So I agree with that 100%. Someone on my TikTok is, oh, did you have something did you want to add to that?
Well, someone asked, what's a great learning resource for a newbie? I would say my YouTube channel.
Same.
I would say give Josh a follow too. Yeah. And Investopedia, if you use TD Ameritrade, they have a great educational platform or resources there. That's what I'd recommend. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No, absolutely. I'd say my channel for like more day trading content. I'm not sure what the content you have on yours, maybe investing and swing trading, for instance.
Exactly.
Perfect. Yeah, and then you know, even if you want to learn a lot about options, you know, I love Connor, Options Trading Daily. I think he has a YouTube channel as well. Go check out Connor if you want to learn how to trade options in that market. My problem is keep bagging when I'm losing takes away my funds for trading. Okay, yes, I'm not sure if I understand that 100%. My problem is maybe keep holding the bag when you're losing, and it takes away your funds. Yeah, holding the bag. So it really depends. You know, are you day trading, are you swing trading, or are you investing? If you're investing, you know, it's all about the allocation of your the money is how you allocate it and diversify. But if you're day trading, it comes down to risk management. Definitely risk management, knowing when to cut those losses to where you're not, you know, holding the bags on some of these, you know, maybe penny stocks. So Catherine said stop losses 100%. And there's the username. It's KLSANA. That's Catherine. Catherine was the one that was
KLS.
Super
Those are my,
stoked. You what?
Those are my initials too. KLS.
KLSANA. 00.
I got one other question, which maybe you could answer, because you were talking about Peloton earlier. Someone was asking, is it too early to go long on Peloton?
Is it too early? I still say yes. Let's go look at Peloton real quick. You know, anytime you have a stock gapping down significantly off earnings, you do not want to do what's called catching the falling knife, which is what I did. You know, I thought we had great support. It's not going to crack it. I'm in. And I went in like 80%. I didn't dollar cost average in. I tried to catch the falling knife, and, you know, we make mistakes, right? I make mistakes as a trader. I'm not perfect. It happens, and I own up to the mistake. I messed up. I should have never done that. It is way too early, because the one thing you want to think of is, you know, you don't want to try and catch a falling knife. Imagine you holding a knife and you want to try and catch it by the handle. If you do that 10 times, how many times are you going to be able to catch it on the handle? Once? 2 times, right? But the other 7 to 8 times, you're going to cut the crap out of your hand. That's what you're going to do with a lot of these stocks. You're going to try and catch that bottom, and it's going to keep selling off, selling off, selling off. And that's kind of what's happening with Peloton. So I would say if you look at Peloton, it's way too early. But if you go look at Snapchat, right? I want to give you a comparison. Snapchat, same thing. Fell off earnings. The first 3 to 4 days, it fell. If you tried to catch that bottom, you are continuing to take a loss. Wait for the stock to find support. Wait for that consolidation period, and wait for volume, and wait for a break outside of that consolidation period to start scaling into that position. So I would wait for Peloton to see that nice consolidation, start to see some buyers moving back in off support, and then dollar cost averaging in, scaling into that position. Not going 100%, maybe 5-10%. Just scale in, scale out. I think that's what you need to wait for on Peloton, absolutely.
So the follow up to that, someone was saying, when you say find support, do you mean on the minute, hourly, or daily chart?
So it depends on, are you day trading intraday, 1 minute and 5 minutes, or are you a swing trader where you're looking at maybe higher time frames, like the 4 hour and above? Or are you investing where you really just focus on daily charts and higher? So, you know, for example, like Peloton, you know, looking at that for a possible swing trade or getting involved for an investment, I would be looking at the daily chart to find that floor of support, to actually see that base set in that consolidation. But you can apply that thesis, I guess, that same mindset with, you know, even like day trading penny stocks on a 5-minute chart. And you see a stock dropping. If you start to see it finding support and it's finding this base and it's consolidating and it starts breaking out of that consolidation period, that could be an idea to go ahead and jump in for a quick, you know, day trade as well.
Yeah. And the follow-up, so someone else was asking, do you guys have good screeners that you can share with us? I have videos on my YouTube channel. I have a playlist called Click Here If You're New to Investing. I should add /trading because there is a screener video in there. So I would go check that out.
And I would say go check his out for screeners. I don't have any screener tutorials and stuff like that. I use Trade Ideas. So I pay $2,400 a year for those scanners, and they're really good for day traders that trade, you know, penny stocks and just active day traders. It's really good. I don't use any kind of screeners through like a TD Ameritrade or anything like that. I completely spaced, guys. I do apologize. Let me grab a couple questions here from YouTube real quick, and then again we'll kind of see where we're at. And I do want to again be mindful of everybody's time here, guys. So a couple more questions. I'm low maintenance, but I ate ramen. Okay, that's not a question. Someone said, Ken, what's your YouTube channel? He said it was what? Kenneth?
It's just my name. It's youtube.com/Kenneth Stuna. And if you follow me on TikTok, there's a link there. I think there's a link on my Instagram too.
And his TikTok name is Trade Invest Simplify. If you want to look him up on TikTok, follow him. And he said link is in the bio. No questions. Last one or two, guys. Completely up to Ken. But where is the best place to find earnings dates? I have good luck personally with Twitter. You have the Earnings Whisperer. I follow him for that account, and they're always posting the most anticipated earnings for the up and coming weekly. So again, I would suggest the Earnings Whisperer over on Twitter. That's a good source for earnings dates.
Yeah, I follow them too.
Yep. And Yared, what's the hardest mistake to avoid while trading?
There's a lot, but I would say hoping a stock will come back versus what the you know, this isn't a strategy, you know, fingers crossed isn't a strategy. The hardest thing I think for new traders is to cut losses. New traders, especially, they don't want to admit that they're wrong, or not even admit that they were wrong, but it's hard. They get into this because they think they're going to make money, and now they're losing money. They don't want that. You know, it's like, no, please go back up. Please go back up. That's not a strategy. The hardest thing is to cut losses. And that's kind of still true for me today. It's hard because this is your hard-earned money and it's not easy to lose it. But the alternative is you could lose way more.
And Catherine hit it on the head. Emotions. It really does stem from emotions. Why we can't cut losses is we see we're down. And it's an emotional thing because we're losing our hard-earned money, right? So that's what's it's hard. Yeah.
Someone on my TikTok is following up saying, falling in love with a stock.
Exactly.
Is also,
yeah. I don't love any stocks. I don't even love my investments. I love the idea of the freedom that it can provide me. That's what I love. But I don't fall in love with any particular stocks. Yeah. So yeah, definitely, you know, emotions. And these are the hardest things to work on, guys. But if I had to give you maybe like one or two of my tips, maybe for some of Ken's viewers over on his TikTok now is, you know, if you are looking to get into day trading and, you know, you're just beginning and you've kind of dabbled and you like it, you know, I would say your tips is you really need to focus on, you know, patience, really being able to be very patient, understanding sitting on your hands and sitting on the sidelines is okay. It's not the quantity of trade you take, it's the quality of the trade, and really work on yourself. A lot of people, again, with like, you know, Ken was saying is, you know, a lot of these creators out there, they hype it up. They make it seem like it's easy to get rich quick and this and that. And they focus so much on technical analysis and patterns. That's 10% of your job as a trader. Reading a chart, once you know how to read a chart, it's really easy. Knowing how to draw a trend line and use a Fibonacci is really easy once you do it the first couple of times. The hardest thing about trading is the emotions. Being able to be disciplined, remain patient, So I would say if there's any tips, work on yourself. Work on you, your mindset. I have a couple books I'll recommend as well, but don't put 100% of your focus into technical analysis. I think that's the wrong decision. Put 100% of your focus in the beginning on understanding how to manage your risk, understanding how to control those emotions, really working on that discipline and that consistency. Even just trying to be disciplined and consistent with things in your normal life will definitely bleed into your trading. Like drinking a gallon of water a day. If you can't do that consistently, you're not going to be able to make money consistently in the market. So if you can do these little things in your just normal day-to-day life, it's going to really bleed into your stock trading, and you're going to see success a lot faster versus going about it the wrong way and focused on just the next holy grail setup that's going to make you $500,000. So
yeah, when you're new, it's less about the money and it's more about literally everything else. Don't worry about the money. Put in, make 10 cents on a trade. Who cares? It's not about that. It's about learning.
It's 100%. It's about learning, and if you can do it consistently with a small amount of money, and you do it the right way, and you slowly scale into bigger positions, it's going to be 1,000 times easier for you guys. Absolutely. Cool, guys. So I don't know. I'm gonna let Ken decide when we end this. If there's any other questions he has, anything he wants to add. But what I can say right now is we've been going strong for about an hour and a half. I greatly appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join the community, to jump over on YouTube, here on TikTok as well. Everybody inside the chat, everybody on YouTube, how'd you like it? You love it? If you hated it, I'll ban you. No, I'm kidding. And let's thank Mr. Ken for his time today, guys. Really, I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me on. And thanks for introducing me to your group there.
Next time I'll have to be more prepared because I noticed that we said we were getting some feedback and some echoes over on YouTube. So next time I'll have to figure out how to do it. But Todd, Steve, Joseph, Jason, everybody on YouTube saying good stuff. That was great. Thank you both. Absolutely. And then everybody inside the chat, Placid, Catherine, Angel, TikTok. And another thing too, guys, is if you had a question that was not answered, okay, definitely go follow Ken on TikTok. Comment on one of his videos. I'm sure he has the Q&A section open as well on his page. And if you do have a question directly for, Ken, go follow him on TikTok, ask the question, and I guarantee he'll get back to you with a response. I see that a lot, that he responds to a lot of those questions. And then same thing for me. If you guys have any questions, you can come follow me. Ask a question. I'll give you an answer as well.
Very cool. Thanks, Josh. This was a lot of fun.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot. And again, I thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to do this. Awesome.
Sure. Right on.
Cool. We'll have to do it more often. All right. Have an enjoyable Tuesday, man. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll talk to you later.
See you later. All right,
See you, bud. Thanks.
Bye.
All right, guys.
I'm still here, so I'm gonna leave
Awesome.
this one
Thanks
as well.
again, man.
See ya.
So how'd you guys enjoy? You guys have a fun time? Was that worth the wait? Was that worth the anticipation? I enjoyed it, guys. I had some fun. Definitely learning a lot from, Ken. And that's the thing, guys, is, there's so many different ways to trade and invest and to get into the market. And not just hearing stories and tips and ideas from one person, but being able to bring other like-minded individuals together that really do have a desire and a passion to help others succeed. So I enjoyed that a lot. I had some fun, and it was just absolutely amazing. Great stuff. Very good. Like Christmas in November. Absolutely. And we'll definitely have to do it more often. Needs to be a monthly event. Hey, I'm thinking a weekly session, guys. I'm thinking weekly stuff. I got to take this jacket off. One sec, guys. Get a little toasty in here. I've had to use the restroom for like the past hour. But I was like, no, this is too good. This is too good. Way too good. Let me get that out of here. Fantastic. So, yeah, that was definitely fun, guys. That was fun. This helped to recharge everyone. Yes, thanks for being with us. Thank you. Yes, absolutely, guys. So, do we have any questions? We're done on TikTok right now. Do we have any questions, though, right now that maybe you guys didn't have a chance to ask? That maybe I can reach back out and get an answer for you guys. Any questions for maybe me? Now's the time, guys. It's right around 12:30, getting ready to dive into lunch. How am I doing? I am down, ladies and gentlemen. I am down $800 for the day. I'm down 800 bucks. I lost 600 yesterday. Giving back about 50% of my monthly profits. So yeah, it's not a great day. Not an exciting day. I mean, I don't care about the P&L. From a P&L, it's not great and exciting. But today, in general, is a fun and exciting day. So, you know, that's what happens. I do not want to go look at this right now. I do not want to go look at this. Am I going to go look at it? Am I going to go look at it? I'm not looking at it. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, guys, you know, it's definitely a poor day. You know, it's definitely not a good month for me right now. It's still an okay month. I'm green. It wasn't a good month last month. You know, I'm definitely, you know, noticing the trend, the shift. You know, with, you know, how the market is in the market conditions and just the way these stocks move. And so, you know, like Ken was saying, is like, if you have a strategy and you're honed in, try and learn one or two extra strategies, right? And, you know, I do have different approaches, and I think I focus so much on the team. You know, it's like, you know what? I know that, you know, not everybody can go buy 100 shares of Snapchat or 1,000 shares of Snapchat, right? Maybe 100 shares of, you know, EVGO or PETZ, but definitely not like Home Depot and Facebook. So I put a lot of focus on penny stock, because that's where the opportunity is for smaller accounts to grow those accounts to where you can bleed into these larger plays. And maybe some of you guys just do not really enjoy options. But with that being said, you know, he's absolutely right. You have to go where the opportunity is, right? You could change a strategy. Your strategy could be going from penny stocks, small caps, to mid cap and large cap. It could be different ways of trading these penny stocks, right? Different markets. It doesn't have to be changing your strategy. It could literally be just a shift in markets on how you're going to be successful in the market. So that's what we're going to be doing moving forward, is seeing the trend, right? Seeing this shift. And I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, a lot of newer traders coming into the market. Where do they tend to go? Small cap penny stocks, right? Because they're cheap and they move. Not everybody can come out here and, you know, trade 100 shares of Roblox, trade 100 shares of PayPal. But again, that's why I want to get you guys up to speed more with options. If you want to dabble with options, or just shifting that strategy and that approach with these penny stocks on something that's going to be consistent. And honestly, the way I think of it is, you know, smaller size and breathing room. Smaller size, more breathing room. Not 10-second trades, but maybe 10-minute trades. Right? Not 2,000 shares, maybe 500 shares. Giving stocks more breathing room, letting them do their thing because they're not as consistent as what they normally are. Or looking for a lot of false moves. You see a really good setup and you see a false move, play the opposite side of your trade. That's why we did a lesson yesterday on shorting stocks, right? On shorting. So, you know, that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be looking for smaller positions, longer holds, hard stops, walk away, let it try and get the target. For example, I could have done that here on EVGO, right? Could have been a little bit more patient, waited, smaller position, let it breathe, you know, instead of 10 seconds or a minute, 10, 20-minute durations, or just playing the opposite sides of my trades, all right? Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to come back and finalize any questions that we have before we dive into lunch team. All right, so EVGO is down. Since Peloton is down, it's a good price. I know we need to wait for more consolidation. Ladies and gentlemen, inside of chat. Yes, chat. Any final questions, comments, and concerns, guys? How do you find IPOs? Well, one, you have Webull. Like I have Webull, and every day I log into the app, it shows the new upcoming IPOs. So it shows new upcoming IPOs on Webull whenever I log into the app. So today is a big day, guys. And I do apologize if there was an echo on YouTube. I recorded the entire session. I hope there's no echo in the recording. And what I'll do for you guys, if there was an echo and it was hard to listen and pay attention, what I'll definitely be doing, guys, is I'll be editing this lesson. I'll also, not this lesson, this session, right? This little session that we had. I'll also be uploading this on my YouTube channel. You'll see it right at the top of the page. And you can definitely tune back in. Hopefully there's no echo, but I'll definitely be uploading this again tonight. So guys, I do apologize if we didn't get to every question. We had a lot going on, YouTube chat, TikTok, but I wanted to make sure I could get to everybody inside of chat first. I did miss this one with Angel. Would Kenneth consider buying an IPO when an IPO initially goes public with good news, or does he wait? Again, definitely go give him a follow. Trade, Invest, Simplify. Ask that question, and he will respond with a video. We got that question. We got that question. Man, I feel bad. Angel. Rivian is expected to go public soon with Amazon owning 20% and placing an order. Dude, Angel, I am so sorry, man. Like, you had two questions back to back that... Did we get one of his questions? I feel bad, man. I feel so bad. No! Angel! Dude, I owe you. I owe you. So, I will get you a direct answer. So, one of two things. You said it's all good. Free month. I was going to say, I'll text Kenneth right now those questions. I'll copy these and text them. Unless you would like to go ask these questions on TikTok and get that video response. Sometimes a video response is a lot better than a texted response, but I'd be more than happy to text them. Completely up to you. I feel so bad. I'm going to get you an answer to those questions, dude. I'm going to get you an answer to those questions. Look at Delta and Boeing. Daily charts for gap fills. I like Boeing a lot. Boeing was a couple good shorts. And honestly, it still may be good puts, guys. I mean, it's still stuck in this falling wedge. It has yet to really break out of this falling wedge here on Boeing. So in reality, Boeing may be a good, swing short back down to the lower part of this trend line that we've been around. A lot over the past, few months. We nailed a short there, there. Let's nail another short here, guys. I mean, it's in this falling wedge. I would continue to short this and play inside this formation, like swing trades, until it breaks to the upside and actually gets back above that 200 SMA. I could see it back down around, like 206, 205 there. Already in Boeing puts. I love it. So, Angel's question. I'm going to get that question over to him. Would Kenneth consider buying an IPO when an IPO initially goes public with good news, such as Rivian expecting to go public, Amazon owning 20% and placing an order for 100,000 EV trucks from Rivian? Kenneth consider buying an IPO when an IPO initially goes public with good news or bad news? Let's ask. Get him back on the line. Get him back on the line. I'm reaching out and I'm going to get that question answered for you because I think that's a great question. 100%. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 1 o'clock, right? Our day is coming to an end. Yes. Yes, it is, traders. This week, not a great start to the week. Last week, what a great week. Some great profits, some great gains. Again, I was up just about $2,500, that weekly goal. Right now, I'm down about $1,500. Giving back quite a bit, but it's unfortunate. Of course, it's still up, but not up the way I would like to be right now. So again, it's all about just understanding the market you're in and adapting. And one thing that I guess I have struggled doing is adapting to the market, right? You know, just adapting. You know, my edge, right? The way I trade making $10, $15, $20, $25,000 months. It's hard for me to say no more of that onto something new. But with that being said, I'm not going to continue to beat a dead horse, right? Expecting different results. That's insanity. I have to adapt. How am I going to adapt? Small size, more breathing room, or playing the opposite sides of my trades. Playing more short than long, playing more mid-cap, large cap than small cap. If I am trading small cap penny stocks, smaller positions, more breathing room to the upside. Not looking for 10, 20 cent moves because I'll get chopped out left and right. Looking for $1, $2 moves with a lot less size to where I can actually let the stocks breathe. I think that's what I'm going to start doing, and that is that. So, also forward investing 12% in the company. Angel mentioned. Angel, I did not see that, but thank you for the heads up. That's why Alpha is amazing. I try, guys. I try. Catherine was Boeing already in the those puts. Delta Airlines. Yeah, but the one thing you have to consider is, you know, this stock is up. Why? Does anybody know why Delta Airlines and some of the airlines are up? Transatlantic flights, right? Removing those restrictions. People haven't seen their loved ones in a long time. You know, with that being said, that's why we saw the airlines do well. So with that being said, yes, they need to fill these gaps. But what's right around the corner? The holidays, right? A lot of people traveling. They removed those restrictions. I could easily see Delta, Delta, American, right? I can see some of these airlines doing well, right? With the anticipation that you're going to see a lot of people flying around the holidays, right? Booked like crazy. I would not try to short this right now. That's just my recommendation, right? You know, from a technical standpoint, let's go, right? Look at that gap fill all the way down at 41, right? Nice gap fill. Right off resistance of 46. Let's get, but I would be a little hesitant based on the fact that, you know, transatlantic flights, you're going to start popping off again right around the holidays. We understand that. We know that. We would be expecting good earnings next quarter. I would be a little hesitant with trying to short this. I would probably be considering just to the long side based on the expectations of earnings being really, really, really good. This next quarter coming up. I hope that makes sense. That's just my logic behind it. But from a technical standpoint, absolutely, I would love to take it short to fill that gap. I just don't know if it's going to fill it anytime soon. Eventually, yeah, but soon? I don't know. What I would tell you, Catherine, is if it is going to fill the gap, you want to start getting in when it cracks below 43.27. That's when I'd be getting in. 43.27 down to 41.50. Right now, you could easily see this bounce off that 200-day, break over 46, and start getting back up towards around 48. PETZ has done absolutely nothing over the past hour. MRAI, you know, this one still looks like it has some potential to start breaking on out. NEGG, I still think it's a great opportunity for maybe a little bit of a mid candle tomorrow. KPLT look nice out of a flag. Let's go look at KPLT, not bad, not bad. Catapult, you know, this has been a stock that's moved before. Why is it moving today? Earnings, KPLT earnings, room to 583, room to 772. Be looking for a potential short on something like KPLT off resistance. Again, I'm playing just the opposite side of my typical trades, not looking to buy this and take it to the upside, looking for more shorts. I'm looking to get in for those nice little rug pulls. But this one right now is doing pretty good, KPLT. Let's keep this one on watch. Wrong ticker. KPLT. ATER. NAKD. Nothing. EVGO. Nothing. PETZ. I mean, it could definitely bounce at 734. How's SPCE doing today? It's pretty just stagnant. It's moving, but it's not like moving. Home Depot, I don't really think we have anything yet with Home Depot. I think we got some more time there. Nvidia, ooh, Nvidia's getting a nice little red day there. It's about time. It's about time. Nvidia, Roblox is actually holding its gains relatively well. PayPal with a nice little bounce. Obviously, we have Dash with earnings, Coin with earnings, Upstart with earnings, and Neo with earnings. So I think what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go hit the gym, right? I'm going to disconnect, come back this afternoon, see if we have any opportunity in the market, and go from there. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. Be smart and trade safe. And I will see you guys back here potentially this afternoon if we have any opportunities. If not, I do want to check one last thing. I saw SOPA IPO that's halted. Again, IPOs are risky biscuits, but it's moving. It's definitely moving. It's volatile. I like volatile stocks. SOPA looking like it's on a 10-minute. Let's stick around for a few more minutes here and see what SOPA does out of this halt. Just out of curiosity, SOPA out of the halt. Society Pass Inc. SOPA bids right now. Slight gap up, it looks like. Let's see what it looks like out of the halt. Maybe there's a couple dollars to be made here. BTB. Moving up and look. KPLT, PETZ. We just looked at PETZ. SURG. How's that one doing? Holding up? No, that one's been just chop city all day today, just sitting sideways. HIVE. Ooh, this one's nasty to the downside. What happened here? F gross. So yeah, right now, I mean, let's just watch like SOPA out of this halt. You know, it was halted at, what time was it? 50. Put it on a 1 minute here. Halted at 47, so you're looking at 57. About, you know, 2 more minutes to go. Let's look at just out of curiosity. Let's look at SOPA here. Just IPO'd. $9. Wow. At $15.50, IPO was priced at $9. There's a lot of hype around this one. SOPA, you know, definitely looking to see if this one can stay above like 33.37. I think this one may have some potential on SOPA above that, you know, 33.37-ish. Be live here in about a minute or so. It's risky. What do I think about SOPA? It's risky. It's an IPO, but we've established a halt level, resistance, 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 resistance. We just broke above that level. So anything above 33.37, I would consider this long. And I would throw stops probably underneath 29. So you're looking at a $4 stop. We'll have to see. It's going to be crazy out of the gate. It's going to be crazy when it starts moving, but it's definitely worth watching. Right now I have bids at 37. I have bids. So let's see. It should be live momentarily. It was resumed at 11:47:55. Got halted right away. So you're looking towards the end of this 11:57. So maybe like right around 11:58, about 30-ish seconds. Oh, we are live on SOPA. We're live on SOPA, and it's not pulling back. I can't chase it. I can't touch it. Halt right at 41.80. Nice gap up and squeeze, though. Whoever's in SOPA is doing really well. How you gonna catch that? There's no way you're catching that right out of that halt. So, but definitely worth watching. Definitely worth watching. Keep SOPA on watch. KPLT is a nice slow grind to the upside. ATER is stagnant and sideways, guys. Nothing there. NAKD, nothing there. EVGO. Nothing really there, guys. Right now, I would just put your focus here on SOPA. It's very, very risky, but I would keep it on watch. All right, guys. So, enjoy your lunch. Be smart. Be safe out there. Maybe we come back and we have some opportunity for earnings this evening. Maybe we get some power hour hype. All I know is right now I'm down, and right now I do need to get out of the office. I need to hit the gym, work out my chest and triceps, I guess. That's what my calendar's telling me. And then come back and wrap up that lesson for you guys. I'm curious. I got to see if this thing saved with an echo. So let's make sure this did not save with a crazy echo. Okay, so there's a small echo. There is a small echo, but it's not unbearable or anything like that. It's not like, oh my gosh, I can't listen to it. I can't pay attention to it. It's actually, it's annoying, but I did mute myself quite a bit, so we didn't get that feedback. I'm not sure where the feedback was coming from. Only when I was talking, I think the feedback was going through his end, which in return was being spit out through the desktop audio and captured here through the streaming and chat when I was talking. But for the most part, when he was talking, you know, we could hear everything good. So that's awesome. All right, guys, enjoy your lunch. And I'll see you guys back here a little bit later this afternoon. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Good job, team. I'm super proud of you guys. Those of you sitting back, making some profits. Those of you sitting back on the sidelines, just observing. Listen, guys, I don't blame you. I'm going to start doing just that. Sitting back, observing, finding my opportunities, and making that profit with you guys on these opportunities. If there's anything I can do to help you guys out, anything that you need from me, you always let me know. We're going to be navigating this market. We're going to be challenging ourselves to start changing some things to take advantage of this unpredictable, uncertain, choppy market. But guess what, guys? We're on top of it. We're chameleons. We know we need to adapt. We're going to adapt, and it's all good, baby. Enjoy that lunch. I'll see you back here this afternoon.